Call the meeting to order. Daniel, please roll call for me, please.
Yes, President Say,
Yes, present.
Vice President Yu. Clerk Nishi,
Present.
Board Member Dr. Apodaca,
Here.
Board Member Mr. Beach,
Present.
Board Member Dr. Eugenio,
Here.
Board Member Dr. Rios.
Sticky.
Present. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. This evening, we will be discussing the following items in closed section. Conference with labor negotiated, update on negotiations on ABCFT, AFSCME, and CSEA, and public employee employment, principal Fetty and Haskell Middle School, and anticipated litigation, one claim, and special education, one student matter. Did I have any public comments for on closing section item?
Mr. Smith?
Clerk?
Not at this time, no.
None.
Okay, now I'd like to move to closed section. Can I have a motion to move to closed section?
So
please?
moved, Apodaca.
Sue.
Okay, now can we do the roll call, please, Daniel? Present? Yes, yes.
Yes. Clerk Nishi,
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Board Member Mr. Beach,
Present.
Board Member Dr. Eugenio,
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Rios. Yes. Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, now we go to closed section at 6:05.
Joey, are you there? Joey? Baby, close the doors. Babe, close the doors. I can hear you over here.
Can you hear me, Danielle? My voice is loud enough to the public? Okay, thank you. Oh, thank you. So we welcome public comments. Comments submitted will be presenting during the public comment section, which is limited to 1 hour, and each speaker to one presentation of 5 minutes, unless the board wishes to waive the time limit. Those who have a group of concern are encouraged to select a spokesperson to address the board. Comments submitted regarding the specific agenda item will be presented following the staff comments and prior to the board discussion and take action. Tonight, in closed session, the board discussed conference negotiation, a conference with labor negotiator, update negotiations with the ABCFT, AFSCME, and CSEA, and public employee appointment, Principal Fetty and Haskell Middle School, and anticipated litigation, one claim, and special education on student matter. Now we are going to have Dr. Hino. Can you lead us pledge allegiance today, please?
Can I have a motion and a second to move back into open session?
Thank you. Can I have a motion and second? Go back to the open
Second,
session.
Apodaca.
So we have first board member Beach and second Dr. Abalaka. Dr. Hino, you ready? Please. Thank you.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Dr. Hino. Tonight's presentation, the spotlight on teaching and learning. We're going to talk about stimulation hybrid model update, and this will be leading by Dr. Valencia of Mayfield, our Assistant Superintendent of Academic Service, Dr. Sue of Mayfield.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President, Mrs. Say, and members of the board. It's truly a pleasure to provide this update on our simultaneous hybrid program that started on April 12th, 2021. I would like to begin by thanking our families and our students for their cooperation and support in that transition as we engaged in opening our schools to bring students back in person. I would also like to thank you to all the ABC employees who really put a tremendous amount of effort into ensuring that our schools were ready, that they were safe, that we had the appropriate technology support, and that we were prepared to provide quality instruction to students who are both in person as well as those students who remain virtually. So thank you to everyone. It was a tremendous team effort, truly reflective of the ABC spirit. I'm going to share some stats and highlights, and I'll make sure to provide the board a copy of this in the upcoming Thursday notes. So real quick, we had 5,002 students who enrolled in our simultaneous hybrid model, which is approximately 26% of all ABC TK through 12th grade students. I'm going to give you a quick breakdown by grade span. We had about 3,373 elementary students, 775 middle school students, and 854 high school students who selected to return to school in person. I also want to share that the preschool, we had about 35 preschool students and 225 adult school students who also elected to return back to school for in-person. That means that 14,513 students elected to continue in our virtual academy. That's about 74% of our ABC TK through 12th grade enrollment. So again, about 26% opted to come back in person and 74% opted to continue in our virtual academy. We know that there has been questions about the option for students attending school 4 days in person. We have been exploring all possibilities to proceed with that option for our community. We are prepared on May 3rd, to the extent possible, to offer that option for families. And so not all students who are currently in the hybrid will be able to return back for in-person, but we do believe that a significant portion of the students who are already attending school in our hybrid model will have the option to return school for 4 days in person. It's important that we keep student and staff safety as our #1 priority as we transition to providing that option for our families. We're still obligated to adhere to both the state and local Department of Public Health guidelines. And so we will ask our parents, a survey will go out to our currently enrolled parents tomorrow, and we'll ask them to return it by Friday to let us know if they would like the 4-day option. And we'll use that data to gauge what percentage of our students who are currently in our hybrid can move forward with a 4-day option starting on May the 3rd. We also heard from our public that there is an interest in after-school childcare. And we don't know to the extent to which there is a need for after-school childcare. And so tomorrow we will also send a survey to our families who are at our extended day program schools. And we will ask the families at our extended day program schools if they have a need for after-school childcare. And then we'll use that information to gauge as to the number of classes that we will potentially open for after-school childcare and which campuses will offer those classes. And our target date for that as well is the week of March the 3rd or by May, or I'm sorry, I keep saying March, we're already past March. I mean, May 3rd or by May 10th. And so that's our target is May 10th. So wherever I use the word March substituted with May, I apologize. And so those are some brief highlights that we just wanted to share with the public. We are really pleased with our progress. Our feedback has been positive for both families that are in person as well as those students who are continuing virtually. District staff had the opportunity to actually serve at school sites. And so we were all assigned to a school this week, and it was pure joy. It really was to see the excitement in the students who were returning in person, as well as their parents. I couldn't tell if the parents were just happy that their kids were going to school or happy that it was the first day of school for their children to be in person. So there was a lot of picture taking, and there was more parents crying than there were students. And so all in all, the feedback from principals has been very favorable, as well as staff. And I just want to say again, congratulations to everyone on a job well done in reopening our schools for in-person instruction. And that ends my highlights on our updates.
Yeah. Well, that's great news. I know a lot of people looking for the in-person education for 4 days a week. And I know a lot of people actually waiting for the results. I want to thank you to the staff. Well done job. And I know this was your thought anyway, planned before. Your plan was in case we don't have enough percentage student come back to school and you folks wanted to go to 4 days a week. I want to thank you very much. Make impossible become possible to all of us and to the parents. It's great news. It's A+, A+. Thank you again, Dr. Mayfield. Appreciate it. Well, next one, may I have a motion to approve the agenda for the regular meeting of April 20, 2021?
So moved, Apodaca.
Second, Nishi.
Thank you. Daniel, can you roll call for me, please?
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios. Yes. Mrs. Say,
Yes,
Mrs. Yu. Yes. Motion passes 7-0.
thank you. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of regular meeting of March 16, 2021?
Motion to approve, Eugenio.
Second, Beach.
Daniel, please roll call.
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios. Yes. Mrs. Say,
Yes,
Mrs. Yu. Yes. Motion passes 7-0.
thank you. Next one, the student board representative report. We'll have two ladies here today. One is Yesenia Rios, Vladimir, and we also have another one, Monina Ben. This is from the adult school. The floor is for you now. Are you there? Yesenia and Monina from adult school?
Yes, sorry. Hi, good evening, President Say, distinguished board members, Superintendent Dr. Siu, cabinet members, and
Can we
community
lower
members.
the volume, please?
Oh, you cannot hear me? No, is it better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I don't know what I did, but okay. Okay, so again, my name is Dr. Yesenia Rios Galdames, and I'm happy to report that the parent education program saw an increase in enrollment in the spring quarter. Children are enjoying the live Zoom classes that include stories, songs, and crafts that teach readiness skills. Learning is supplemented with hard copy homework and weekly themes in Google Classroom. Families recently enjoyed a drive-by Easter event where children were able to say hello safely to their teachers and receive small gifts. Planning is now underway for an end-of-the-year drive-by event, online summer program, and fall hybrid classes. ABC Adult School is excited to begin working on student recruitment with full capacity marketing, FCM. FCM has been working in the California education market for the last 10 years. As a response to declining enrollment in adult education, FCM partnered with the Coalition of Adult Basic Education and National Association of State Directors of Adult Education to create a national campaign called #MoveAhead with Adult Ed. FCM will host a student recruitment #MoveAhead with Adult Ed campaign webpage branded with ABC Adult School's logo. A 6-week digital marketing campaign will be deployed through ads on Facebook and Instagram before the fall start date. FCM will also create ads tailored to meet ABC Adult School's cultural diversity targeted to specific demographics and zip codes. In addition, FCM will work with ABC Adult School staff to share strategies and best practices for adult student recruitment. On March 8th, an inspector from the Department of Public Health visited ABC Adult School's Cabrillo Lane campus after a complaint was made about poor ventilation and overcrowding in the classrooms. The inspector found proper ventilation, but discovered that the school was in violation of not posting the protocol for institutes of higher education. A re-inspection occurred on March 15th, and I am very pleased to report that ABC Adult School was found to be in full compliance with the COVID protocol for institutes of higher education. Since the pandemic hit, the Career Technical Education Center has still managed to graduate over 135 students and estimate that the number will be over 150 students by June. We are proud to be opening our new Career Center soon. The 1,800 square foot center has been completely remodeled down to the floor joints and wall studs, thanks to the fine work of our district maintenance, operation, and transportation department, and Jeff Anima. The center includes an area to meet with the career developer, computers to work on resumes, and career assessments, and a state-of-the-art learning center that can be quickly configured into a conference room, classroom, or custom learning environment. All activities can be shared virtually through an integrated sound system and conference camera setup. Our video production studio classroom received a major upgrade with the addition of a soundproof control room. Our goal is to simulate a real television studio as closely as possible, and the control room brings us one step closer to that reality. We are always striving to create a safer environment at ABC Adult School and believe safety can also look good. We recently created and installed new signage on both campuses. This includes highly readable room signs over the doors and additional signs next to the doors that include our school logo. We're also adding a much needed fence around the entire Cuesta campus that can be locked down when needed. The fences include attractive brick columns, steel bars, and new plantings. We are always looking for new career pathways that meet the need of students and local industry. Cerritos and surrounding areas have a lot of small manufacturing businesses, and we think it is time we do training in the trades. So we will be working next year to do some employment needs surveys and expand our next steps in adult education. Finally, the 2020 and 2021 graduation ceremony will be held in person on Wednesday, June 9th at the Adult School Cabrillo Lane campus. Participants include students who have earned their high school diplomas, students who passed the GED or HiSET exam, and students who earned a career technical education diploma. We're expecting a great celebration with COVID protocols for the class of 2020 and 2021. On behalf of all our teachers, parents, and students at ABC Adult School, I would like to thank you all for your continued strong support during these challenging times. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosania. Thank you so much. Do we have any question from our board here?
One question.
Go ahead, Clerk Nishi.
So the 1,800-foot square center, is that at Cabrillo or Cuesta?
I actually did not know the answer for that.
I think it's a
Sorry.
Capriole. Last time when I went.
What brought you to adult school?
I actually started at the parent education program. My 2 daughters graduated from there, and now I have a 2-year-old who's doing the program as well.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Thank you. Good
You're
job.
The next one will be a superintendent report, Dr. Su.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank Yesenia for an outstanding report on the adult school activities and programs this year. I hope everyone had a wonderful spring break recently. On Monday, April the 12th, there were camera crews from Fox 11 News as well as KNBC News at Tetzlaff Middle School. Both Principal Tuesday Stoffers and I were interviewed before it was released on television later that day. I visited all the classrooms at Tetzlaff Middle School to welcome the students back to school. It was wonderful to see the students back in class. All the students were wearing masks, socially distanced, and had plexiglass on their desks. There were new hand washing stations in the quad area, as well as hand washing stations near the classrooms. New air filters, MERV 13, were replaced with the old ones. I also visited Stowers Elementary School following my visit at Tetzlaff. Again, all staff members as well as students wore masks, were socially distanced, and had plexiglass on their desks. I serve on the American Association of School Administrators, AASA, the governing board. On Wednesday, we held a meeting in the morning to discuss the budget briefing. As with their budget meetings, they have a wonderful reserve set aside with unanticipated costs. In the evening, I participated in the career fair for Black Family Circle. There was a dynamic group of presenters representing 2 law attorneys, entertainment, and a Boeing engineer. We were delighted to have them join us since all of them graduated from our own ABC Unified School District schools. On Thursday evening, there was an honor band concert done virtually. It was an amazing feat performed by students in the band directors Darren Loney, Matt Gullett, and Shane Ryder's classes. On Friday, I visited Gonzalez Elementary School and Carmenita Middle School. It was a great visit at both schools with many features as in all of our elementary and middle schools. Both Ray Gear, Rebecca Michelle Macias, and I will be presenting at the School Employers Association of California, or SEAC, on April 29 in the evening. On Friday, April the 16th, we met with the SEAC group. This is organized by Louise Taylor, a retired superintendent from Monrovia. On Monday, April the 19th, I visited Fetty Middle School and Elliott Elementary School. These visits are important to me since I need to know what their needs are as we proceed this year. This Friday, I will also visit Leo Elementary School. As mentioned earlier by Dr. Valencia Mayfield, now that we have had a week of students back on campus in the ABC simultaneous hybrid model, we are exploring options to try to bring as many students as possible. We are exploring a back to school model for 4 days a week. In the cases where this move is possible, families will have the option to move to 4 days a week of in-person instruction or remain in the 2 days a week program. They may also remain in the virtual academy for the remainder of the year. This potential model will begin on May the 3rd, 2021. There are numerous challenges such as finding qualified substitutes, custodians, and paraeducators. Many schools have already maxed out their during lunch and will need additional lunch areas. Schools will need to adjust staffing and systems for efficient drop-off each morning and pickup each afternoon. Although we currently do not have bandwidth issues due to the low number of video conferencing users at schools, the increase may have had internet issues in the future. This completes my report, President Tsai.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Dr. Su. Next one will be our employee representative report. Today, we have three groups. One is the ABCFT and CSEA and ABCMIA. So starting from ABCFT, Ray Gare, President, please.
Good evening, President Say, ABC School Board Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Sue, the Administrative Cabinet, principals, teachers, nurses, community members, and our ABC parents and students. My name is Ray Garrett. I'm President of the ABC Federation of Teachers. I'm happy to report that the long-awaited return of AB students to the classroom began last week. Yay! And those teachers who were able to come back are happy to be in familiar settings, and it's even better having students in the classroom because it gives everyone a small sense of normal after 13 strange months. I've had the pleasure of working at Nixon Elementary School over the past couple weeks, and I can say firsthand that the kindergarten students of Nixon are beyond happy to have their first experiences at their school. The joy of being back in school can be seen at every grade level throughout the school, and this energy and hope is reflected in the staff of all of our ABC schools. Teachers want to teach kids, kids want to learn. It's our right as human beings to pass on the tools of success to our younger generations. Finally, something seems normal. The teachers and nurses of ABCFT would like to say thank you to the principals and district administrators for their work in preparing the ABC schools. A special thank you to our union sisters and brothers in ASME and CSEA for their tireless work over the past couple of months in getting the classrooms ready with furniture preparation, additional or changing technology, hardware, voice amplification systems so all our students can hear, for all the cleaning of our classrooms and the plexiglass on our students and teachers' desks that serve as a visual reminder that our need to stay vigilant and safe in all our interactions. Without the ABC classified employees doing their job, the school buses would not leave the yard and our classrooms would still be ghost towns. I hope the ABC School Board will show our classified partners the same appreciation for their hard work and dedication to this school community as you have for the teachers and nurses of ABC. Right now, I know the district is in negotiations with the classified employees, and I have one thing to say about this situation. Everything we do impacts the students of ABC. If we don't hire enough substitute teachers, it becomes problematic to hold classes 4 days a week, and that impacts students. If there's a shortage of classified employees and things don't get done, that impacts our students. Our students aren't able to play on our jungle gyms because we don't have the people to clean them in between classes. If the school district and the classified employees cannot come to an agreement, we risk the possibility of eventually driving employees out of ABC, and that impacts our school operations, which trickles down to our students. Everything we do as a district impacts our students. I hope that we use this spring as a dry run for the return of students in the fall. We need to be proactive and prepared. This district will have over $50 million in state and federal funding to spend on our students. The working conditions of our teachers are the learning conditions of our students. I've said this before. On March 13th last year, as we closed our school district and sent our last student home, the allocation of our budget resources shows our values as a community. I know that I'm getting ahead here, but we have an opportunity as a community to make a statement for our kids and about our kids. Next year can be a year to address that learning loss we all hear about. We can look at temporarily reducing the number of students in our classes so that our teachers and students can have increased interactions. We can temporarily eliminate combo classes so that our students have teachers' undivided attention focused on their grade level curriculum. We can also talk about the possibility of temporary additional school days, or maybe even additional time in our school days to give teachers and students opportunities to work on those areas that need support. Like I told you earlier, I'm spending my days working with kindergarten teachers and students, and let me tell you, the supports a kindergarten student needs are greater than the needs of an older student in some ways. Not all the classrooms are equal or have equal needs. Next year might be their first time as students in our schools. And this is a whole generation of new early childhood students. We need to rally as a district to put our best foot forward and show these students hope. Public education needs to be there for these students like never before. I'm glad we're back, but I'm not satisfied. Our parents, especially our students, need more. I hope that our school board members will continue to support their ABC employees as we move forward to finish out this school year and to prepare for the next school year. Every move impacts our students. We have funding to help move some of these obstacles together. Let's keep our focus on the main thing, students. Thank you for your time and support.
Thank you, President Ray. Yes, definitely for kids. That's everybody's goal. And I want to thank you. And your t-shirt color matching our tablecloth today. Nice. Thank you all for supporting us. Thank you. The next one will be our CSEA President, Rebecca Mercia. Ms. Mercia, are you there?
I am. Thank you. Thank you,
Yours now.
Board President Say. Good evening, Dr. Sue, President, Mrs. Say, and distinguished board members. Tonight, I'd like to congratulate you all. Well, congratulate all of us on a solid reopening of our schools. I think the outcome for our goal was pretty seamlessly achieved. Although it may not have been perfect under the current circumstances, we were as close to perfect as you could get. I thank our fellow union brothers and sisters for the collaborative work that we've been doing and for the support in helping one another get there. That being said, I feel the need to convey the feelings of all non-certificated people in the trenches who made this accomplishment possible. At our last board meeting, you were all asked, school board meeting, you were all asked to approve a one-time payment for classified staff as part of an MOU. And although it was passed, it felt like some of our board members were not as comfortable with signing it for reasons of their own. We expressed this during our last chapter meeting where we were told by our members that they feel that they are not being treated equitably in the sense that all positions in ABC are equally valued. One of our members asked, well, maybe it's that our board members who expressed their opinions when signing weren't completely aware of what CSEA classified staff does. That was food for thought for me. So this evening, I would like to share with you just a snapshot of what our classified staff does and how we are just as essential as any other teacher, custodian, administrator, manager, or any other employee of this amazing district, because it takes all of us doing our jobs to get our students educated. It takes a village, right? And I say that because here in ABC, it's not just something we say, it's a philosophy that we live by. And you just can't talk about it. You have to be about it. Or if you would prefer the phrase, talk the talk, walk the walk. I can tell you that all of the members that ABC represents prove exactly how essential they are each and every day when a student gets an education in our district. We're both behind the scenes and on the front line. We provide the services needed in order to have those students educated, and we have been doing this during the entire pandemic. Whether you see us or not, you can rest assured that a student is receiving an education because we make it happen. Our SIAs have worked to serve this community in ways that were not within their job description, such as lunch distribution, assisting in device exchange, and sanitizing, but they have done all of this to maintain the best quality of service and community outreach possible. Our LMTs, LMCs, and TAs have done what has never been done before, and yet because no one really knows the extent of what they are doing outside of their regular duties, and responsibilities, it doesn't feel like we are essential or hold value. You have to know that this group has been assisting in getting devices out to students and assisting parents on how to get their students online to learn, in addition to their daily tasks and responsibilities in taking calls on how to help students change out devices if needed, which is about 85% of the time. Our paraeducators who've had to learn a whole new way of teacher support in virtual learning and keeping students on task virtually, and now using the hybrid model. Our IT people who have been in the trenches from day one working on ensuring that all necessary technology has been distributed to the sites and addressing the issues with virtual school, which has been more than just a challenge. Our secretaries who have provided an invaluable service for parent, teacher, student, and custodial needs at all sites at the district and MOT by working far beyond their job duties to ensure that each student has the opportunity to get the best possible education we can provide. You can't imagine all of the additional work that goes into taking attendance or staying on top of our parent calls and concerns. So in short, I'm giving you a rough sketch, if you will, of who we are and what and why we are essential, how we are a piece of this district's puzzle that can't be completed without all we do. Our district is successful. Our district is as successful as it is because we all are part of the big picture. So we support our union brothers and sisters, and we make it happen because we're all in. Thank you.
Thank you, President Marcias. I wanted to let you share one thing to you. My dad had told me, we all have 5 fingers, 10 fingers. They're high and short and fat and small, but then you cannot miss any piece because they have to function together. So we do care all the employees. Doesn't matter you are ABCFT, CSEA, or ABCMIA. You are all important to us board here. We can't do without you. As a board president, I will say that to you. And I believe my colleague also agree with me. So thank you for your presentation today. The next one will be our ABCMIA President Tony Bellado. Tony, are you there? Daniela, is it Tony there? Scott? She's coming? Okay.
Hello. Yeah, I'm
Hi.
here. Hello. Thank you for having a meeting, school board members. Thank you for working with all the bargaining units to have a successful reopening of school. Even though we faced many challenges, we seemed to get through it and made it seem seamless. So children weren't impacted. The community had a load taken off because students were able to come back. And as a community and a school district, we all worked together to make what seemed to be the impossible happen. We've all faced many challenges during this pandemic. As a group, we've seen things that we thought we might never see in our lifetime, and yet here it is as a reality that we never thought we would see. We're all striving to work together, ASME, AFT, CSEA, the district, the board members, everybody. And we all strive to hopefully feel that we're equal in the eyes of each other because, as Rebecca said, it does take a community. I've been in this district for 32 years. My daughter went from kindergarten through high school and has been able to go on to college and do things that I can't even imagine. And so as we've gone into negotiations, as we're looking at things, ASME members have been on the front lines since this pandemic started. We never worked from home, which is why our COVID number or our cases of COVID has been higher than all the other groups here at ABC. In January, the governor had put forth a proposal and it was statewide, and it was for money that he was proposing. And in that proposal, part of the proposal was that all the bargaining units had to come together and agree on how this money was going to be spent. And that could be from wages to stipends to etc. And the district came to us with this proposal at the beginning of January. And as January 29th rolled around, all the bargaining units needed to agree on this. And we did. And we did it all in good faith. And not long after, the California legislature changed the language, and it somewhat stripped all three of our unions of that power to bargain on this money. It also lowered the money from $9 million to $6.4 million. And not that long ago, AFT came to the school board with an MOU that got passed, and I'm glad it got passed. And many teachers, because of that MOU, are going to earn $400 extra a week, and they face many challenges and deserve that. But ASME feels a little insulted because our members were only offered a $300 off-schedule payment, which only totals out to $100,000. And we've been here the whole time. We've taken on extra chores. We've always been here. And we feel like we're not being seen. And we're still standing here going, hey, we're here and we're trying to be one, but we don't feel like we're being seen. And so when you talk $6.4 million or $50 million, and CSEA and ASME are in negotiations, sitting back going, oh, okay, we're looking for fair and equitable. And right now we're not feeling or seeing fair and equitable. And yet we're all going the extra mile, from Dr. Sue to the school board, to the custodian, to the food service workers, to the teachers who have to teach kids at home and in the classroom. We're all striving to keep things great. And that's the amazing thing, even in adversity, in 32 years of being here, this is a great place to be. There's no better place to be. And we just want everything to be fair and equitable. Thank you so much for your time.
Mr. Bernardo, appreciate it. And just want to let you know, board is aware of the situation, and we sincerely appreciate all your hard work contribute to this to the school district. I want to thank you again. Please read the message to them.
Thank you.
Next, thank you. Next one will be my report. Safety is our #1 concern in sending students and staff back to school. We are seeing how dangerous COVID-19 can be, but we are trying to do the right thing at the right time. So I want to thank you again to all the representatives and plus our management, Dr. Sue and your cabinet. We are really appreciate all your hard work. And really pay off. We can see how the in-person education the last week has shown very well, and everything went very smoothly. I want to thank you. To begin, I would like to talk about our current board. The history of our board members' involvement has changed. In the past, our board would let the staff to make proposal, and then staff would come back and present to us. After evaluating proposal, then the board would make a suggestion to decide on issue. But now, a board member very much involved with the parents and teachers. The board seems to be driven by the community. But tonight, I would like to ask my colleague to be patient, which you heard already, and listen to our staff and communicate with me and Dr. Sue. To parents and ABC staff, our role is to listen and to respect, but we will have to work with our staff. Tonight, I heard the presentation regarding in-person class for 4 days. I want to thank you, Dr. Mayfield, that we have been discussed this before, even before we went to the in-person education. That was our plan. What if we don't have enough students to be there? What are we going to do? Definitely, we said we're going to merge that. But we cannot, once again, I want to, the resident hear this. I cannot share with you because I don't know what the result is until the first week and second week. Then we can make our decision, say, hey, it's about time. We're merging because we went to see the school to school. Sometimes you only have one student versus parents say, we will come back. I know some of my board colleagues here say, yes, they want to come back. Let's do in-person education. But however, during our visit, I think Dr. Su and I, we saw a lot of classroom, only one student or two students. I even asked the student, can you ask your classmate come back? We open just for you. And I received a phone call too. It was told that board member received them as well, wanting in-person education. Once again, our school board, our district staff, we do listen. We will accommodate it as much as you can. But again, we need to work with our staff. So don't call me, threaten me, say, I'm not gonna vote for you. It's not matter you vote for me or what. It's my duty to be here to work with the staff and listen to your concern. I want to thank you again to be patient here tonight with us. My duty is to make sure our staff and our students are safe. That's number one. But at the end of the day, we are all responsible. So if you have kids sick, please don't take them to school. Have them to stay home. Give us a call and let us know. Because we do have a tracing department will follow up who has been exposed or who has not been exposed to. This is a very important information, a message I want to give to the public. The week we open in-person educational instruction, I visit the following school: elementary school, Aloha, 80th, Gonzalez, Kennedy, Nemus, Nixon, Palms, Whitman. And I also visit 2 TK programs. Oh God, I'm telling you, this is so cute. Those kids come to school with new shoes, new clothes, running around. You know what? This is the first time they go to school. It's a new thing to them. They were so running around. And then I want to tell the public too, we do have enough staff there for you folks, for the students. For that TK program, I have about 8 students and we have almost 2 to 3 teachers there to help. They get extra attention from us. And we want to do the best service to the parents, to the students. I also went to the middle school, which is Community and Rouse, a high school, Gar High, Cerritos High, Tracy, and Whitney. Okay. I want to thank to all our district staff and principal for welcoming me during my unannounced visit. I really want to see if we were ready. And yes, the answer is yes, we are ready. Every school I visit has a unique ways to handle the school day. And I want to share one of the things my area, which is an EMS. I love the way she did it. She had this cart. This small cart is carried by the student with a backpack. And this one is card holder, hang on the door. So when the parent comes in, I tell you exactly 054 student, 054 parent. So we don't have that much interaction. They go directly to the bus without contact too many people. This is how safe our school's been doing it. And she also had this, tell them exactly what room number going to be or which one to follow. When I go to visit, I'm not just to visit the site. A couple of things I would pay attention about when it's put it down here. I focus on air filter. You know, I'm a nurse. PPE, gymnasium, voice lift, because it's important to a lot of teachers wearing a mask when they talk on the microphone. And we have some parents, I'm a teacher, I request the voice lifting and really clear and loud. I even say, maybe they help me to teach my school. And I check the room setting. I check where the sanitizer is located, and I check the room setting. I talk to staff. I talk to teacher. I talk to custodian. I even recommend the custodian say, you need to wear 2 masks when you do spray. It's a safety issue. And you need to wear gloves when you spray. You know, we don't know right now, we say it's non-harm, but again, they never know what's happening later. So, and I even met Brett's daughter and she waved her hand to me. And she's so smart. She even know who I am, even though I wear the mask. What a smart kid, please let her know that. I also check the total number participate per school and per student. Definitely some class have 8 students, some class only have 1 student, some class don't even have a student. It's amazing. And I think the relationship between the school, the district and the parent, we need to work together. We need to communicate more. And we grant your wish, but you also need to grant our wish because our wish is that all the kids should come back to school. We want everyone. So please, our district did their best and make school safe, but we are the students. That was my highlight in here. So we need the help. I gave few recommendations to the staff. I know there will be follow through, and I will talk to Tuan and Dr. Su regarding what thing we can improve, what thing, but overall, I want to tell you, excellent, really good. I also had a chance to visit COVID-19 vaccine center in Hawaiian Garden and our school with the county supervisor, Janice Hong, and with the Hawaiian Garden City Council members. I was attending the Pacific Garden Medical Center for the grand opening. I gave the certificate to them. I also assisted Assembly Christine Garcia staff with the food bank. At the last Sunday, I want to tell you, administrator, they not just work the Monday through Friday. I always say administrators have to work harder than other people because you are the lead in our district. They were there for Gar High School Zoom, and I thank the board member, Ms. Beach, was there to support the WhatsApp certificate. But once again, I want to tell everybody we are here for, just like Ray just mentioned about, for kids. It's about kids, nothing else. But I want to say we did the best we can, provided in-person education. I do want the public to learn something, to trust us, to believe us. Let's work together, make sure our kids are safe. That'll be my end report. Thank you. So next one is public comments. So I'd like to give it to the clerk, Mr. Inshi.
Yes, persons wishing to address the board should provide public comments to the public comments section via the following method: myabcusd.org board meeting, and use the link or phone number to participate in the Zoom meeting. If using Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature during the public comments portion of the agenda or during the public comments time after an agenda item. If using telephone, please use 9 to raise your hand during the public comments portion of the agenda or during the public comments time after an agenda item. Then use 6 to unmute yourself when you're called on to speak. Don't forget that 6. Comments will be presented during public comment section, which is limited to 1 hour, and each speaker has 1 presentation of 5 minutes unless the board wishes to waive the time limit. Those who have group concern are encouraged to select a spokesperson to address the board. Comments submitted regarding it's quality, not quantity, in other words. Comments submitted regarding a specific agenda item will be presented following the staff comments and prior to the board's discussion and taking action. Adverse comments about a person's race, ancestry, ethnic group, identification, religion, color, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender presentation, mental or physical disability, or age may not be made. Concerns presented to the board will be followed up and addressed by the appropriate staff. With that, Mr. Smith, do we have any public comments?
We do. We have several right now. The first one will be Emily Chen. Go ahead, Emily. You have 5 minutes.
Actually, if you could poll to find out if there's any that would like to consolidate their meetings as well.
Absolutely.
Later.
We'll do that.
Thank you, Scott.
Go ahead, Emily.
Good evening, Dr. Stu, Superintendent, and school board members. My name is Emily Chen Darnell, and I am a parent of a child who is going to Whitman Elementary. I heard Dr. Mayaple's school reopening report, and I do thank the district for offering the in-person students to come back for 4 days of instruction by May 3rd. My own child returned for in-person instruction last week with 11 other students in her class, and she was very pleased and happy to see her friends and to just be in the classroom setting. Parents of those children who returned back also wrote messages to the board members before this meeting asking for 4 days in-person instruction. And we strongly believe it is in our child's best interest to be in school. As a parent, it is very heartbreaking to hear your child say how much she loved to be at school, but to have to let her know that she won't be able to see them or the other staff members until 7 days later. So these last few weeks of the school period that we are evaluating is the trial period for all the school districts to demonstrate to the community that it is safe to bring back the children for full reopening by August 2021 to 2022. We hope to see this district address any of these issues, including technology bandwidth, substitute hiring shortages, in a time period that doesn't ultimately put off our children returning in person nearly a month later compared to other school districts. And to the board members, the parents, community appreciate those who actually respond back with these personal requests for their children and other children too that haven't been answered by the district. As parent stakeholders, it is our right and the public's duty to hold elected officials accountable to make fiscally responsible decisions with the taxpayers' money given to government agencies, including the school district. And on another point, echoing the opinions of Ray Gare, this district should consider raising the amount of money paid to the substitute teachers, which affects their hiring now and also in the future months for even possible summer school. These factors do trickle down and affect the services provided to our children and the time frame for which services are given. It is not fair for parents to pay for these services, which the CARES Act bills and the grants are meant to pay for. And the classified employees are absolutely important and essential personnel that should be fairly compensated for the work they have been putting in during this time period, and also right now as the schools are reopened. So we hope that the board members will vote accordingly and fairly. And once again, thank you so much for your time and have a good evening.
Thank you, Emily. Again, as Clerk Nishii asked, if you have similar concerns, please consolidate into one messenger. The next speaker is Stephanie Gilderman. Go ahead, Stephanie, you have 5 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. Hello, Superintendent Dr. Sue, Mr. Nguyen, Dr. Mayfield, Dr. Zietlow, board members, fellow staff members, and ABC families. My name is Stephanie Gilderman, and I am a secretary at Whitman Elementary. I wanted to share my concerns about how I've been feeling lately, and I am not alone in my feelings. The word essential literally means absolutely necessary, extremely important. We, as classified staff, along with our AFSCME brothers and sisters, have been deemed essential workers, but yet we aren't important enough to have an agreed upon MOU before students were welcome back on campus. The mission of ABCUSD is to develop a community of lifelong learners, creative thinkers, and responsible individuals by providing innovative and high-quality educational programs in a safe and supportive environment. We do not feel supported. The district maintains a sharp focus on teaching and learning to ensure that every student in every classroom every day is provided a world-class education. Well, a world-class education doesn't start and end in the classroom. In order for the teachers to provide a world-class education, they need a strong foundation, a well-oiled machine. Do you know who keeps that foundation strong and well-oiled? The classified employee and the AFSCME employee. We are the glue that holds everything together. We are hard workers. We come in early, we leave late. We go above and beyond every day. We wear many different hats every day to make sure our sites thrive and our teachers and students are as successful as they can be, and we do it all with a smile on our face. We pride ourselves on giving our community world-class service. As nervous as I am talking to you today, I want you all to know that we deserve more than a $300 one-time payment. We are worth more than that. To know that the teachers are getting a weekly amount of $400, which I am absolutely not disagreeing with, and we have received a one-time payment of $300, how do you think that makes us feel? Certainly not anywhere near equal, and I definitely do not feel a unity amongst ABC employees. It feels like our district values the lives and work of the teachers more than ours. We feel undervalued by the district and our board members, and we are seeking equitable treatment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Stephanie. The next speaker will be Kirit Chauhan. Mr. Chauhan.
Good evening, President Say, board members, Superintendent Sue, staff, and community. First, positive. I'm extremely happy to see that the way the minutes were recorded really represented the comments made by the speakers. In the past, they've been truncated a little bit, but I really liked what was said this time. On to the matter of concern. From a systems perspective, nobody wants a system that has bad output. School district is a system whose sole purpose is to provide for the education of students. And on the whole, ABCUSD does that. The system is comprised of teachers, support staff, board, community, parents. We have heard about lack of money, etc. in the past and how we manage it and what's given to whom. But let me remind all of you, parents have given money to the schools, money for band, money for PTA, money for football, money for baseball, money for swimming, money for MUN, and the list can go on. These funds are necessary. It helps to establish the programs that we love and admire in our schools. You have over $50 million, in fact, probably a little bit more. But yet, there appears to be a muscle memory, and dare I say to your principals, who the first time that they see parents, first thing out of the mouth is, we haven't even opened school and we need additional money. Money for what? Technology? You have enough money for all the technology that you need. No parent should pay for a single penny for any technology, whether it's document cameras or anything. If those tools are needed to support the students and the teachers, you pay for it.
3 minutes.
No PTA should be able to. No PTA should be funding those activities. Now, it's also kind of ironic who's doing the asking and who's doing the paying. And why are only some schools targeted for this? There is a strange correlation between the gender and the race of the person making the requests. And they're not requests, they're suggestions and donations, but we know what they are. Today, you have a resolution about API hate. I am deeply troubled. Is this about API love or is it about API exploitation? I do agree we need money for the programs. Fundraising is an essential component of schools and what we need. So my suggestion is when principals have ideas about how to raise money, they should go through your board member, ask them, is this a good idea or should this be funded somewhere else? Because some of the stuff I'm hearing, I am not liking. This is not about micromanaging schools, but a transparency of the objectives that we need to achieve. I can give you several examples, but I won't. Thank you, Ray, for supporting the notion that all students and teachers need all the equipment to learn. And yes, to the bargaining units, yes, we are listening and we are watching what is going on in social media. Yet there is enough money for everyone to be treated fairly. And if I can make a suggestion, please go to NPR and look up this person, R.O. Kwan. She is a writer. And listen to her perspective about what it is to be an Asian and how suggestion can be perceived as other things. And another thought that I have is, why are the parents not sending their kids to school? It's a question worth pondering. No, it's not because they are rich. When you have one child, that is your one and only precious child. You are not going to put them in a classroom if you believe that there's a 1 in 30 risk of them getting sick or 1 in 15. The art of the conversation is how will you communicate that this school is a safe place for the children. That is your battle. Because so long as parents feel that their child is at risk, if I felt my child was at risk, I wouldn't be sending him to school. Clever conversations about the virus is not it. The school has to be perceived as a very safe place to put a child. That's what you got to achieve. Thank you.
Time.
Thank you, Mr. Chauhan. The next speaker is E. Salcedo.
Thank you, Mr. Nishi. My name is Mr. Salcedo. I'm a parent of 2 kids at Kennedy Elementary. And I've spoken before. I just want to say I'm glad that we're back in school. And it's important that the kids have made it back, but I don't think that the school board and the school district has done enough to have the #1 school in California and #3 in the nation, and people move to Cerritos in the area to send their kids to this school district. we haven't done enough. Us as parents, you as elected officials have not done enough. And to say that we don't have the bandwidth to send kids 4 days a week when there's 12 kids in a class, when clearly you got 2 cohorts and you do the math, it doesn't add up. And I believe it was Mr. Or Dr. Spriggs that said that we were only at 20% capacity in terms of bandwidth, and now we can't go back because there's teachers teaching from home. Whatever the reasons are, the kids should be in school 4 days a week, and there's absolutely no excuse for them not to be in school 4 days a week. And May 3rd, great, congratulations. We get a month of 4 days a week, but we have not done enough. And it's super disappointing to know that you as elected officials have been doing your best, but it's not enough. And I love that everyone and Dr. Mayfield, gave a great presentation, and President or Dr. Sue went to different schools and we were on the news and all that. But where are we being critical? Where are we saying, hey, Raptor didn't work? Like, we woke up on Monday morning last week and Raptor didn't work, and didn't work on Tuesday, and didn't work on Wednesday. Where are we saying to ourselves, where are we holding ourselves accountable as far as what we've fallen short of? So it's great that we're back. It's great that, we've got the plexiglass and we've got the hand washing stations and we've got all these great things. But where are we holding ourselves accountable where we're falling short? We know now that, thank you. We know now that, it doesn't come from contact surface transmission. It's airborne. So are we adjusting on that? But the bottom line is, did we put together a task force that from day one in real time, we were taking information in from teachers and principals and front office staff that were doing their best jobs, getting there early and staying late, as one of the administrators said earlier in her presentation. Where are we doing it in real time so we don't have to go through all of this in the fall? Do we have a real-time task force that's taken in all the information that we've had now for the last 9 days as to what works, what doesn't work, where are we falling short, where did we win, where do we lose, where can we do better? Is there a real-time task force that was put together? From the best of my knowledge, there isn't. And what I'm just looking for from the school district is transparency. What are the negotiations with the school, with the unions? By the way, speaking of the unions, I love them openly negotiating in their presentations earlier. There was a blatant just negotiation tactic, which they're welcome to do. And I support them, and I want them to get as much as they can because they deserve it. But where are we holding ourselves accountable as far as what we got wrong? Everything is so rosy, and we did this, we did that, and pat ourselves on the back, and now we're negotiating already for the fall. Where is the accountability? What we got wrong, and how can we correct that? I applaud every single one of you. I applaud our principal, Ms. Christensen. I applaud my teachers. I applaud the administrators. I applaud the nurses, the speech therapists, everyone for getting back and getting our kids back there.
1 minute.
That being said, thank you. That being said, where are we holding ourselves accountable? Where are we saying, okay, we can do better? We've done this right. We're great. We're awesome. We're ABC school district. We have the best union. We have the best teachers. We have the best high school in the state. Where are we holding ourselves accountable where we didn't get it right? Because there are larger school districts that got it right. There are private schools that got it right. There are a lot of different schools and school districts that got it right. And what can we learn from that? Again, I appreciate what everyone has done, and I'm happy that our kids are back in school for the 2 days, but it needs to be 4 days, and we need to be better. Thank you very much, everyone, for all of your work that you've done, from the superintendent down to our representative, Mr. Nishi. We appreciate it, and we're not ungrateful. It's just where can we be better? Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Luisa Villanueva. Go ahead, Luisa, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, buenas noches, board members, ABC family, and ABC team. My name is Luisa. I'm one of your technology assistants, and I'm also CSEA Chapter 24 Vice President. Firstly, I do want to say thank you to all the ABC teachers and administrators, families, and students for their patience, understanding, and support as we, the classified support staff, adjust and evolve and do our part during this unprecedented time of social and political uncertainty, national division, and the COVID-19 pandemic, virtual instruction, and now simultaneous hybrid instruction, everything 2020 threw at us. Tonight, I want to recognize the classified staff who keep our schools operating for our teachers and our students. I know that as classified employees in supporting roles, our job is not always seen, and during the shuffle, we may feel forgotten and unappreciated. At board meetings, we hear a lot of praise and gratitude shared for our credentialed staff and our administrators, but seldom are CSCA and AFSCME members even mentioned. We have been equally affected by all the recent changes and challenges that the credentialed and the administrative staff have gone through. And our role is to support and facilitate so they can get to teaching, especially now, especially with all the changes that are happening. But who supports us? The classified staff. So tonight, I want to say thank you to all of my classified colleagues for stepping up, showing up, and doing what they can and doing their best to get schools up and running, to connect students to their teachers and to support the educational process. To my fellow technology assistant coworkers and my IT department for everything that they do to get all of this going up and running with what they have.
3 minutes.
To the library and our office staff who have been at the forefront of getting operable devices into the hands of our students and keeping our district running, our paras who have had to keep up and adapt to technology with only a tiny fraction of the training provided to teachers. Thank you to the SIAs, the gym attendants who've been flexible and were instrumental in getting meals out to our students and now assist in keeping our students and staff safe and healthy. I want to thank our AFSCME partners, brothers and sisters, who have been at the front line of defense during this pandemic by keeping our schools clean and safe from day one, by fitting and installing all the PPE and safety equipment in our offices and classrooms. So who supports us? Classified supports classified. No one else is there to do it. So as your colleague and coworker, I want to say thank you to AFSCME and CSCA members. I see you, I hear you, I recognize you, and I thank you all so much for doing your part. And I invite the board members and the district leadership to do the same and consider how they can also support us. Support us so we can focus on supporting our students and families. Good night and be well.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sylvester Ani. Go ahead, Sylvester.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Sylvester Ani Jr., member of the community. Before I start, I want to take a moment of silence because we lost a member of the ABCUSD family, Aisha Morales, who lost her life at the end of last month. Just graduated Artesia High School, just started at Cerritos College, whole life ahead of her. And her family's hurting right now. So I want to take a moment to acknowledge that. Anybody who hasn't heard of her case, if you can look it up, and please, donate and support the family any way that you can. With that, speaking on the meeting tonight, and when we're talking about inequity and inequality in pay and just supporting people. I feel like one thing that that really sticks with me that Dr. King said was that we have the resources and the techniques to deal with and solve poverty and inequities in our society, but do we have the will to do so? And I think that after the past year that we went through and everything that we lost and how we saw how life can change in a moment, one thing that should stick with us post-pandemic is what really matters. And it's people. And it's how we treat people. And that's what's going to stick with us long, a lot longer than how much money we saved, you know, and worrying about things that in the grand scheme of things don't really matter. What matters is people. And like it was said earlier in the meeting, everything that we do, every decision that we make on the board affects the students. All the money that we have, in a roundabout way, positively or negatively affects the lives of the students that we love. And to support that and to invest in that, we also have to invest in the people that support the students that we love. And we have to love them. And we have to make sure that they have the proper working conditions, that they are receiving the proper compensation to do their job well and focus on what they need to focus on, as they've taken time to risk their own health and safety to support the community that we love. We have the resources because of money from the state to be able to address this, and I 100% stand in solidarity with those essential staff, and I feel like we're all essential with the staff that's looking for a pay increase. It's right, we have the resources to do so, and no money that we do spend on any type of program for the students should be coming from the PCA, in my opinion. That should be coming from all the money that we are getting, which I heard is over $50 million. So we have the resources to do it. Let's not think about how much money we can save. Let's think about what's doing right for people. Let's invest in people. And yeah, that's all I have to say at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Daisy Legaska. Daisy, please unmute. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead, Daisy.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, hold on. Where is my message? Okay. To the ABC board, the staff, parents, and students, good evening. Tonight, I have so many things to say in my mind, but I have only 5 minutes, so I don't think that's enough. First of all, I want to speak about the ABCUSD employees. When I say employees, this means principal to the property custodians. Last year, how many teachers stayed at home to do their job? How many property custodians stayed at home to do their job? Well, that's how they wish. In your dreams, guys. Because their job, whether they like it or not, they have to go to school. And I can say that if the hospital have frontliners, we consider the grocery workers, the farmers, the essential workers, I believe it is also just right to call our property custodians essential workers, which means they are important as the teachers. I am sure they were not trained to be working in pandemic like anybody else. We have proven that our school won't be a school without our supporting workers. Can you just imagine a school without them? During this pandemic, the teachers requested $400 a week for 10 weeks as hazard, as they call whatever they call it. This 400 is not for them because they have PhDs, masters, or doctorates. This is the request because they work supposedly in school. Now, if that's the difference. The property custodians, school bus drivers, cafeteria workers, front desk security, and other non-teaching employees, they are also human beings. They don't have the superpowers that make them immune to the COVID. They are exposed too. Come on, ABCUSD. How many of you are called doctors in the ABCUSD? In fact, our president of the board is a proud nurse practitioner. You guys are so-called learned, smart, intelligent people. What part can you not understand that this pandemic, everyone is affected? Don't be ignorant. Don't discriminate. This $400 per week for teachers, treat the same to those auxiliary employees, such as these property custodians, school bus drivers, security, cafeteria workers, front desk, and all non-teaching employees. What a shame that you guys in the board promote no discrimination and yet you guys doing it. They don't deserve $100, $200, $300, or not even $399. Treat them with respect and be fair. They deserve a $400 per week, same as those teachers. I stand with them. I encourage all parents to stand with them. Can you imagine a day without cleaning the school during the pandemic, especially now that our kids are going back to school? Give the $400 per week to our essential workers, to our property custodians, the school bus drivers, cafeteria workers, front desk people. By the way, Mr. Ragier, I can say you are a very good actor. I don't know you, sir, but when you responded on my Facebook post last month, and then you deleted it afterwards, showed who really the Mr. Ragier is. I want to believe that the concern is real, but unfortunately, I don't. Did you really help those essential workers get the $400 per week like those teachers? Recognizing them is not the same as helping these essential workers. They need to be treated fairly. I agree, Mrs. Rebecca Macias, with what you said. Ms. Sophia Say, as the board president, thank you for mentioning and recognizing these essential workers are important workers too. Do you believe that they need to be treated fair and equal? That
Daisy,
$400
you've
per
run out
week
of
means
time.
a lot? As what Mr. Baliardo said, they cannot never
All right.
work at home
Thank you,
instead
Daisy.
they go to
We've
school as
run
usual.
out of time. Our next speaker is Mr. Mel Cortez. Go ahead, Mr. Cortez.
Good evening, board members. My name is Mel Cortez. I hope that there's three things I want to bring up. The first thing is I heard from different parents from one elementary school, and I'm really surprised that the principal, and I think I'm not going to mention the school because I think most of you already know the name of the elementary school. Principal asked parents for $30,000. I'm not sure, $30,000 or more for technology, including document readers. Why did we, the district, get all that money from the federal government and from the state? That was so the district could supply teachers with document readers. Why are principals asking parents? Even the principal said, no, it was the district said, no, it was the principal, it was them. Why are you asking parents to give something that you are supposed to provide, especially when you just got money? It's ridiculous that this district keeps asking parents for everything while you have the money. Second thing, the MOU with teachers was to teach 2 cohorts a week. Since there's not enough students, I was told that then you combine, so teachers are having 3 virtual days and 2 days of in-person. And I hear other people say, why not do what you're supposed to do and do what's best for the kids? Some of you did mention that you wanted the most days in person, and the best you could do was 2 days because you thought there'll be 14 and 14.
3 minutes.
Well, there's no 14 and 14. So you have enough days to have a number of children be in class 4 days a week. You could do this. You guys run saying that it's for the kids. You're here for the kids. It's all about the kids. Then somebody take the leadership and speak up for the kids instead of speaking for the adults. This district works for the kids. We all work for the kids. I teach Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. I teach students in person, and I have simultaneous teaching at the same time, students at home. And of course, I don't get hazard pay, and I will never ask for hazard pay. I'm a teacher. So one of you needs to make a motion, maybe already happened, but you need to bring those kids at least 4 days a week. If not, at least 3, because the third day was to clean. What's there to clean if it's the same kids? So somebody needs to be a leader, the leader that you say you were supposed to be, and speak for the kids. Third thing, I am a teacher. I cannot be a teacher without TAs, without librarians, without office people, without custodians, without cafeteria workers, without anybody else. I cannot do my job. We all are equal. We work for the same people, which are the kids. You should be nice to all the people that you employ. No one is more valuable than anybody else. No one. And by the kind of deals you're making with different unions, it looks like some people are less valuable to the district. I know it's not like that. I know you have to deal with them. I know you have to bargain. But from the outside, it looks like only one group is valuable and no one else. So this is going to show who's a leader right now and who's a follower. There's 7 of you. I would like to see some leaders. I already seen some of the leadership from one of you in the past, and I need to see somebody else stand up and face the district administrators that are running the district. You are the ones who are supposed to run the district, not them. Thank you for listening. Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Cortez. The next speaker is Sanjay Khanna. Go ahead, Sanjay.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate everything the school board is doing and the teachers and the cafeteria workers and everyone who's working for the to help make things nice for the students and make the schools run. And thank you for all your help. And I appreciate that you all are considering opening up the schools for, allowing students to come 4 days a week. That's really going to make a big difference, I think, to the kids. And also I wanted to ask if the playgrounds can follow the same rule. The city of Cerritos has been able to open the playgrounds on its parks safely. So if the school can follow the same rules that the city of Cerritos is following, I think that would be great, because we don't need to, we don't need to come up with new rules. We can just follow the rules for city of Cerritos is already doing. I hope that all the teachers and custodians, everyone can be valued just like, equally. Non-discrimination is part of the California Constitution or something, I believe. So I believe that you all will handle that appropriately and value each person who's helping on making our students, making our students' lives better and teaching our students to be successful and good future citizens. So I really appreciate the effort that everyone is putting in, and I would like to see if to receive a copy of the district's evaluation of how the different teaching methods have before the pandemic and during the pandemic, and with this in-person teaching, how the different teaching methods have been effective, right? The effectiveness of the different teaching
3
methods
minutes.
for the students. So I would really appreciate if that can be provided to the parents so that we can see compare the effectiveness of the different teaching methods. I think that is one thing that has been lacking that I have not received. So I would appreciate if the school board could spend some effort. Also, in terms of how the school board operates, how the schools operate, I noticed there are some safety issues. One time when I was picking up my child, I saw that some other child was sent to walk from outside the school to the other, one of the older children was sent to walk from outside the school to the elementary, thing to pick up the sibling. But why can't you allow the child to walk from inside the school, because he's already inside the school? So to me, I think it's not really wise for the school to have the students walk from outside when they could just as easily walk inside the school. So these are a few safety issues that, just keeping the children's children's well-being in mind, that we should take into consideration. Changing topics here a little bit. In terms of finances, I think that over the term of the pandemic,
1 minute.
have been able to save money in operations because, for a large part, the schools were not being, we had such a long time of online only teaching. So that money should be available to help with the costs that are coming up now in terms of the in-person teaching. So I hope those funds that were saved during that time can be used appropriately to adequately compensate all the staff and the custodians and the nurses and librarians and everyone who's working so hard to help our students. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. The next speaker we have is a telephone number ending in 441.
Madam President, we have 3 minutes left for public comment, just to let you know.
This would be the last one.
Okay.
Go ahead. Telephone number ending in 441. Unmute.
Hello, board members. My name is Cerise Rotondo. I am an ABC alumni and community member. First, I'd like to express my appreciation for Resolution 2065. It was well-versed and written, and I also appreciate the mention of the historical violence against Asian Americans, such as the gold mining era, the Chinese Exclusion Act, the prosecution of Filipino Americans, and Japanese internment camps, all of which are more than important and oftentimes overlooked. But during that time that I was reading over the resolution, I realized that when I was an ABC student, I was never really informed about the majority of these events until post-graduation. And thus, I hope this inclusive POC history like this is implemented throughout the curriculum, as ethnic studies has recently been passed through the California State Board. Another concern that I've been thinking about is the board's history of performative action, which is the idea that change could be made through language and verbalization. From the unprepared presentation of important Black figures during Black History Month to the very short recognition of those affected by COVID, I hope the narrative isn't the same for this resolution for Asian Americans and future actions. So I wanted to ask also what further actions that this board and district are going to do to instill reflective support, not only on paper, but on campus. Throughout this past year and months, the reality and concern for mental health has been exacerbated, as many, including students, lose their loved ones and witness the racial attacks of the Black, Latinx, and Asian community. Concerned alumni and parents such as Corinne have suggested the needed implementation of mental health days off for students. I think most of us can attest to the toll and weight that these heavy topics carry, And it's important for us to acknowledge that these tools and weight are only heavier for our kids and students. Therefore, I hope that this board will consider the implementation of mental health days off. Lastly, I just wanted to echo the recognition and uplifting of ABC alumni and our Artesia High School graduate, Aisha Morales. I hope everyone listening right now will take a couple of minutes to read her story and get involved to help her family and combat the misogyny and racism that continues to persist in our present day. Thank you.
Thank you. That is all the public comments.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved, Dr. Second, Beach.
Thank you. Is there anyone who wish to remove any item to be considered separately?
Yes, Madam President, I'd like to just ask two questions on 1.2C and 3.2.
So just for clarification?
Just for
before we vote?
clarification,
Okay,
yes.
go ahead.
So for 1.2, question is, do we hire companies to assist with and promote the career awareness? I just want to know, what companies do we hire?
Tuan? They would push really hard.
Thank you for the question. So this is regarding to the 1.2, the application for the workability grant. So this is an annual grant that we receive from the state to assist with our special education program, with the adult transition program. Once we get the grant from the state, we provide all the services in-house. So we do not currently, to my knowledge, use an outside provider to support with the mission of this grant. It's all being done in-house under the directions of Dr. Christina Weiss at the secondary programs.
Thank you. Great. On 3.2, I have a few questions. It'll also be really quick. So how many kids are currently being served by the coding school?
So this program will be offered beginning in the summer and through next school year. We're looking at serving about 20 students per cohort. And so we will have 2 weeks with 2 cohorts. And so potentially there's, I think, 4 components, 4 different gatherings. And so potentially 4 times 20, 80 students who will have the opportunity to participate.
Great. I thought it was an existing program that we had already.
It is a program that we offer currently and will continue to offer in the summer into next spring. And so the numbers are around the same, about 20 students per session is what we like to cap it at.
So that's what we've had in the past.
Correct.
Is there any thought of expanding it out to the other schools?
So this is part of our migrant ed program. And yes, we do have different coding enrichment programs that are in place at some of our schools. But one of the requirements of migrant ed is that it has to be programs that are unique to migrant ed and not a program that's already being currently offered in the district. And so we're constantly looking to diversify what support students are getting, and so that they can take this as well as any other program similar to this that may be offered at their school site.
Oh, and just saying that this is a great program. I think it's really great that we're offering this for migrant ed, and heck, it could be good for the regular kids too as well. But I'm glad we're offering it to the migrant ed community. Thank you. That's the only questions I have. This is a good program.
Thank you, Dr. Mayfield. So Daniel, can you roll call for me, please?
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios. Yes. Mrs. Say,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu. Yes. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Now we'll go to action items 1.3-8. I have a motion to adopt resolution 20-65 condemning violence against people of Asian descent.
I'll move to approve.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Dr. Su.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak on this item. I do want to give credit to Board Member Brad Beach for sending me the resolution as well as from a different district. But for me, the most important part is a pluribus unum, which means out of many, one. I think that's the most important part of this resolution because I feel like, we have had an increasing rise of discrimination and harassment of Asian people of descent. And so I feel that this is a very, very important resolution because we have over 39% of our students who are of Asian background. And so I hope that you will approve this resolution today at my request. And I hope that, we do not condemn violence against any people of any descent. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Su. That's very important information to bring it to all of us. And thank you, Board Member Mr. Beach, for bringing this up. I really appreciate it. Anyone wishing to make a public comment on this agenda item, please just raise your hand. Future on Zoom at this time. Do we have anyone?
We do not have anybody at this time.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion from our board here?
Yes, Madam President.
I think VP, Ms. Yu first, and you'll be the second. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Yu.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. The resolution seems very excellent, and I thought maybe if it doesn't take too long, it's very short, maybe we can just someone can read it through, or we can just take one sentence each.
Okay. So let's, Ms. G, have any comment?
So as a person who deals with words a lot, I have a few wording amendments. I'm hoping that will be agreeable to the other board members. Words make a difference, and sometimes they say whitewashing is not good. And so I wanted to amend the language related to the persecution of Filipino American workers. And instead of saying the internment of Japanese Americans during World War II, which is often used phrase that everybody uses all the time, I'd like to be more accurate and say the word incarceration. Doesn't mean conviction, just means a state of where they are, which was basically behind barbed wire. So I thought that would be an important change. Also, I think this resolution should also reflect the values of our strategic goals that we have in our district. So I'd like to amend the whereas clause. I know whereas clauses aren't too important, but I'd like to add the language, whereas this resolution is consistent with our efforts in relation to Black Lives Matter, anti-bullying, sexual harassment, and equity and diversity aims of the public. Something to that effect. And then finally, in the resolution section, so just saying things is one thing, but actually saying things with the measurable results, I think is important. We've had a lot of good efforts towards that with building actual committees that will actually do work and hiring people to actually get the work done. But I'd also like to add, after the resolved, comma, and will take concrete steps to educate others and its own regarding hate. I think education is our way out of this situation. I think that's why we are the most important entity out there to affect the future of our country, and we educate our way out of these situations. So that's why I would like to add those specific words.
Okay, Dr. Su, you're the one, you're gonna make some changes on that, right?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, thank you. Any other board member, any other comments on here? Okay.
Madam President.
Oh, yes, go ahead, Dr. Hino.
This is great to start off for protection of the Asian Americans. What I wanted to ask was, should a student violate this resolution or our harassment policy, what are the consequences?
There are many consequences with any harassment issues. they can file a complaint procedure. I hope that if they see something, they should say something. And they can also file a uniform complaint procedure as well.
There's no policy, school education code or policy that's
Yes.
included it. I think we approved the updated last year, I believe so.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else? Due to the time, we might not able to read every single thing that VP students want to let you know. Since it's here, and last time we also had resolution for African American, we didn't read out the whole thing. I don't think will be fair. It's just, approve this the agenda. Would that be okay for you? Okay, yes.
Madam President, can I make
Yes,
one
yes,
addition?
yeah.
The whereas where it talks about California is home to the largest population of Asian Americans, can we just list in there, Dr. Sue, that we have 39.1% Asians in our district? Just to
Absolutely.
clarify.
That's nice. That's directly to our district.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
That's,
Anything else?
we have what, 39% Asians in of the students, right?
Yes.
Yeah. We have 60%, 62% Asians in the ABC district community. That's huge. That's what the census said.
I think this is one of the Asian, we also see others like Hispanic too, the higher percentage in our district. I think the message should go out to, we should treat all people equally and with the respect, and our children, and including our staff. I think that's one of the major key that we need to learn today. Today, we would go past with the Asian, anti-Asian and the last. So we do need to focus on all, just want the staff to be aware of that. Okay. Besides they're saying that any else have any comment, anything? Besides that, we made a few common changes, then Dr. Sue will take notes and update it and send it to us. Otherwise, with that, then I'll ask Danielle to roll call, please, with the changes that we have.
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios. Mrs. Say,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu,
Yes.
motion passes 7-0.
Thank you, Mr. Beach, for putting this up. Thank you. Next one, action item 1.3-8. May I have a motion to adopt Los Angeles County Plan for expelled pupils to address the needs of all expelled pupils in Los Angeles County as required by Education Code Section 48926. I need a motion.
Motion to approve, Eugenio.
Thank you. Second, any second?
Second, Apodaca.
Thank you. Team, Mr. Kaplan, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, now the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, President Say, distinguished board members, Dr. Mary Sue, and of course, the assistant superintendents. The adoption of the Los Angeles County Plan for Expelled Students is outlined like this. Every 3 years, the Los Angeles County Office of Education requires input from all LA County school districts regarding the county plan for expelled students. Prior to the holidays, at the end of the 3rd year, LACO contacts all school districts through a survey asking questions and for input about the plan. This survey is submitted by the Office of Child Welfare and Attendance on behalf of our superintendent. LACO then takes all of the suggestions and ideas from the district and creates a new 3-year plan and sends it back to us in February for review from the local board. This is a requirement under Education Code 48926 of the California Education Code, which requires the county superintendent of schools in conjunction with superintendents of school districts within the county to develop a plan for providing services to expelled pupils. The countywide plan enumerates existing educational alternatives, identifies gaps in educational services, identifies plans for filling those service gaps, and identifies alternative placements for pupils who are expelled and placed in district community day school programs, but who fail to meet the terms and conditions of their required rehabilitation plan or who pose a danger to other district pupils as determined by the governing board. So in conclusion, The ABC Unified School District Governing Board, along with all other LA County School District boards, are asked to accept and acknowledge the new version of this basic plan to address the needs of all expelled students in Los Angeles County as required by Education Code Section 48926. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Catlin. Anyone wishing to make public comment on this agenda item, please just raise your hand feature on Zoom at this time. Do we have any, Mr. Smith?
We do not.
Thank you. Any discussion from my board here? Oh, Dr. Rios.
Hi, I just wanted to take this opportunity to discuss the PBIS program that we discuss often here, and just be mindful of the fact that there is substantial research that identifies the disproportionality in which Latino and African American students are disciplined. So I appreciate this, and I hope that this is addressing some of those issues and inequities that do exist. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Danielle, please roll call.
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios. Mrs. Say,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu. Yes. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you, Mr. Catlin, for your presentation today, and say hi to your daughter for me, please.
Okay, I will do that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. You have a good day. Thank
Okay,
you.
you too.
Next one, action item 2.2-8. May I have a motion to approve an increase in daily pay rate for substitute teacher from $125 to $175 per day, and increase the long-term pay rate beginning on the 11th day from $140 to $200 per day, effective starting April 12, 2021 to June 9, 2021. Approve the daily pay rate for substitute teacher to $150 per day, and the long-term pay rate to $175 per day, effective on July 1st, 2021. May I have a motion?
So moved, Apodaca.
Nishi, second.
Dr. Zillo.
Good evening and thank you. This evening, we're looking to increase the pay rate for our substitutes who are currently working in our classes during our simultaneous hybrid model, looking specifically at the additional time that they're coming to be there before for grading kids before school, 30 minutes, as well as the change in the model of simultaneous hybrid instruction. And then we're looking to increase our pay rate from where it is now for when we return in the fall. As a need to do that, we haven't done that for a number of years. And so trying to keep up with those moves, many districts around us have already done that previously.
I have board member Dr. Apodaca. Raise your hand. Anyone else?
First.
Oh,
public
sorry.
comment.
Actually, I need to ask, any wishing to make public comment on this agenda item, please use the raise your hand feature on Zoom at this time. Mr. Smith, do we have any?
We do have one, Mr. Salcedo. Go ahead, Mr. Salcedo.
Thank you. If you're willing, Dr. Mayfield, to say that you need to do the pay raise for substitute teachers, and I'm not siding with the union one way or the other, but doesn't it make sense then to take into consideration the office staff that's there 30 minutes or an hour and a half before the students arrive? So I just want you all to contemplate the consideration that the union is making as far as the commitment that they're making to our students. So if a substitute teacher can come in and get that $50 pay raise, which I'm not opposed to, I'm just saying, I hope you all take into consideration the commitment that front office staff and other staff have made to do the extra cleaning, to get there early, and to do extra paperwork. And so if it's in consideration that a substitute teacher gets a $50 pay raise, I don't think it's out of line to consider what the union and what some of the staff members are asking. So again, I'm for the pay raise, because if you haven't done it in several years, and then maybe now is the time. But just because another school district does it doesn't mean we need to do it, and doesn't mean that there aren't teachers who are willing to work for, 150 versus 175. That's in the details, but if you're going to consider that for the substitute teachers, I do think it's rational and reasonable to consider what the unions are looking at. And I'm not pro-union or anti-union. I'm just saying, let's look at all the facts here and take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more public comments.
Thank you. Any discussion from my colleague here? Dr. Apodaca, second will be Dr. Rio, third will be board member Mr. B. Fourth, I'm sorry, Ernie.
Thank you, Madam
Fourth will
President.
be- Yeah, go ahead.
So quick question. Let's talk just only during COVID for these subs. I'm going to break it for COVID and then coming back in the fall. So during COVID, who represents our substitute teachers? Who's their bargaining unit?
They are not represented.
Okay. So this isn't part of what we're including in compensation for teachers because they're substitutes, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So also when they come back for the fall, how competitive are we with surrounding districts, would you say? And be honest.
We will be more competitive with the change. We are kind of in the middle. It depends, but Long Beach is definitely much higher than we are.
Okay, that was a very, very good in the middle answer. The reason why I asked that is I know substitute teachers that don't answer calls to come into ABC Unified because they're not paid enough. And I think that's a huge disservice to our students. I think it's also, it's going to be a missing component moving forward while we're doing this hybrid learning. So I just wanted to make sure that folks understand that these substitute teachers, they don't belong to any particular group, and we want them obviously to be in ABC. And a few of them, one in particular reached out to us, is a product of ABC Unified, and she's not getting compensated. She doesn't feel she's getting compensated. So for COVID especially, we need to have them, but also to recruit and retain them during non-pandemic times. I think it's important for us, and even with what we're doing now compared to Long Beach, I mean, so I'm in favor of this. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Dr. Rio?
I also want to comment on the fact that I appreciate that we are being proactive. As you know, my day job is a principal, and in order for our schools to run efficiently, we do have people that flood, and we need to have people willing to come in and cover those shifts. And as Dr. Apodaca mentioned, if there's a substitute out there and he or she gets a call in the morning, they do have a choice sometimes because substitutes usually don't belong to one district. They usually belong to multiple districts. And so I like to think that our students are going to be well served and that there will be a sufficient pool of substitutes should the need arise. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, Mr. Beach.
Mrs. Zitlow, do you have the amounts that Long Beach, Bellflower, and Norwalk, La Mirada get substitutes now?
I don't have them right here. I know Long Beach is over 200 a day, and their long-term is more. But I can get you that information and have it in Thursday notes.
Okay, me personally, I would prefer that to be in the report now before we make a decision. So maybe just going forward, we could consider that so we could see exactly what other districts are doing. Thank you. I'm prepared to vote,
Sorry.
but I would have liked to have known that.
Thank
So
you.
amendment to the postpone this.
No, it's okay.
Okay. Any, Mr.
Yeah,
Usually?
I think I concur with Board Member Beach's comments regarding having that within the board report. I did my own research to find that, yes, we don't pay as much as other districts. And yes, this is actually a long time coming. So I'm very glad that Dr. Zitlow has put this forward proactively so we can address some of the teaching that we need these teachers, definitely, particularly since we have a COVID period and we need to provide an incentive for them to actually come in. So I have been asking for this, and so I'm very happy that it has come forward. And yes, I agree, Board Member Beach, we need to have this kind of information as part of it, so we know we're not overpaying or underpaying, and what the appropriate comparators are. Norwalk, Downey, and Centralia are good comparators. That's it. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, go ahead, Dr. Usually.
Dr. Zitlow, do we face a potential shortage of substitute teachers at this time?
Yes.
How many substitute teachers do we have on our roster?
Well, the challenge right now is we have a number of people on our roster, and when we did our initial survey of them prior to coming back, we had many that were interested in returning. Since then, they've done extensions to things like unemployment and other pieces, and so we're not having the same kind of response. So we are working in a number of different avenues to be able to do that, but we are experiencing shortage daily.
I believe this pay increase is a good idea to attract and retain substitute teachers to support our current staff.
Well, I too have some questions too, because based on my study, as shown in Los Angeles, the substitute teacher average for K to 12, actually $20 per hour. If it's for California, actually $21 to $22 per hour. And then if we talk about 22 times 8, then $169 is the highest way. This is California average. If it's Los Angeles wise, I don't know why we are lower than the average in the California. Maybe some of the area like San Francisco area may be higher than here. But for Los Angeles average is $20 per hour for substitute K to 12. So I do believe in the future staff, we really appreciate presented to us. We want to compare apple to apple. We want to make sure our staff being paid adequately for, order to having to stay here long term. And we need that services definitely. So it's really hard for me to say that too, because I remember as a board member being here, this is like 13 years now going to, I think like 4 years ago, maybe we think 4 years ago, we raised from 125 to 150, that's even probably less than that. I think Ernie, you probably was here when they raised from 125 to 150. You remember you don't?
Right now it's 125.
Yeah, I know 125. Yeah. So the average is, I think it came out like you said, Long Beach is what, 175 or 200?
No, they're over 200.
Wow. And then there is a true though, statistics also show that we are facing a shortage coming soon. So we need to prepare the teacher too. So we're stuck in between that. Well, right now staff's asking 175, the highest 175, which is reasonable. I mean, even though I know average in Los Angeles $20 per hour, when you count, there's really nothing there. I mean, teacher with a bachelor degree and master degree and doctor degree, you should get more than that. But
I think
so
we've
I
seen-
asked the staff to support this one. I really appreciate it. It's a hard, but I just for the future, we do need to give us a global, the average for local school district area that we really appreciate. So now, anyone else have any questions, discussion here? If none, I will ask Danielle, please roll call for me, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Say,
Yes,
Mrs. Yu,
Yes.
motion passes 7-0.
thank you. May I have a motion to approve requested contract with the GPG Music to provide our virtual ensemble platform for 2020 to 2021 school year.
So moved, Apodaca.
Eugenio, second.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to make a public comment on this agenda item, please use the raise your hand feature on Zoom at this time. It's really hard to wear a mask and talk. So I just want to let you know, I really appreciate our school teachers and the staff wearing the mask. I have to keep holding that. I feel like I'm short of breath and having an asthma attack. So do we have any public comment, Mr. Smith?
We do not.
Thank you, God. Any discussion from our board here? If none, then you'll please roll call for me, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Say,
Yes,
Mrs. Yu,
Yes.
motion passes 7-0.
thank you. I also want to thank you, Administrators Camden and Dr. Sue and our board member here with me in the in-person meeting and wear your mask. I sincerely appreciate your support. We're going to the 4.8-8. May I motion to approve bid award ABC-1566 roofing at various site to CL Services. Is that the one? Is it CL, right? Okay. Commercial waterproofing system incorporation, DBA ERC roofing and waterproofing, and Danny Nepner, DBA Lettner Roofing Company as the lowest responsible bidders. We have more than one company, is that right? Okay, got it.
Move to approve Beach.
Nishi, second.
Anyone wishing to make public comment on this agenda item, please use the raise your hand features on Zoom at this time. Do we have any, Mr. Smith?
We do not.
Daniel, please roll call.
Oh, you don't
Wait a
have
minute. Oh,
board comment?
do we have any board comment here? Oh,
Ju-
None?
Just that staff did a good job because the bids are all very close. And
Uh-huh.
that shows an understanding of the bids and that I expect that we're gonna have a good job.
Thank you for support. Now, Daniel, can you do roll call?
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Say,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu,
Yes.
motion passes 7-0.
4.9-8, may I have a motion to approve bid award ABC 1567 Whitney High School Science Building addition and modernization to Keystone Builders Incorporation as lowest responsible bidder.
Motion to approve Ryan.
Need a second? Thank you. Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you, board members. Say tonight I have Mr. Ryan Carter and he's the bond program manager for the Measure BB bond program, and John Bricollet. He's the principal at Whitney High School here to present this item to the board. So Mr. Carter, please begin.
Thank you very much. Good evening, President Say, Vice President Yu, distinguished board, Dr. Sue, and district cabinet. Tonight, we will be presenting you the board award for Whitney High School's modernization. And before we get into the details, I do want to just explain how we got to this point. Using the steps from the facilities master plan and as well using the board approved priority list, I worked directly with Mr. Bricollet and his staff to develop the site's full scope and design hand in hand, which also whittled down to individual groups with his teachers, whether it be science or technology. All of this scope has been vetted out and collaborated very closely with the site. Also, again, following our master plan and that scope of work. Now, before I get into some of the renderings we can show of the work that's going to take place, as Mr. Nguyen mentioned, we do have John Bricollet here. I just would like him to possibly give us just a couple words on the process and the involvement to this point, and we'll go through the actual renderings and slides once that's completed.
Board President Say, Vice President Yu, board members, Dr. Sue, thank you for letting me be here this evening. This entire project has been grown from our stakeholders. We had numerous meetings, sent out surveys, gathered data information about what our students, parents, staff, and community wanted to see at Whitney High School. And I believe that all began when I first arrived at Whitney 5 years ago. And now to see this all come to fruition, it's simply amazing. Our staff is super excited to have a new science building, to have opportunities for new classroom features, short throw projectors, a new student center. We're all very excited. I can't wait. It's gonna be terrific. And I want to give a little shout out here to Ryan Carter. I've been through 3 modernizations now. This is the 3rd one on the 3rd campus. And hands down, this has been by far the best process I've been through. So kudos to Ryan and his team.
Thank you. Thank you very much, John. And hopefully the project completes just as successfully. So I'll start to go over the slides here that we've prepared to kind of give you the visual of some of the scope of work that's going to take place. This is an overview of the entire campus at Whitney High School. The highlighted areas are some of the areas that we have more intense modernization scope of work going on. And of course, we show here our brand new science building that's going to be constructed here out on the existing blacktop area. One of the concerns that was originally brought up from the site was, we need a full set of 7 classrooms for our science wing. And, we weren't able to fit that within the footprint of the school nor the budget that was allotted. So what we were able to come up with was adding this new science building, which has 4 brand new labs. And we were able to take this corner wing of the existing building and create 4 additional labs in there and bring them all up to the newest and most current standards for the site. So we were able to really kind of bridge that gap with using some of the existing space and creating some new space for them, and which really ties together well here. So this is an example of some of the existing conditions, some of the existing finishes that are on the campus now. And this is a rendering of the exact finishes that are going to be put in once the modernization is complete. So it's quite a transformation for the site, and you could see why some of the staff is going to be and students are going to be so excited. Here we actually have a picture of the classroom as it sits. This is pretty current. We've already installed our new PA system at the back of the classroom here that covers our new clocks and bells. It's also a mass notification system. It has a colored LED notification system as well in case of a lockdown situation or things of that nature. And here's some of the finishes and flexible furniture that are going to be installed in the classroom. As John mentioned, the ultra short throw projectors, those are interactive. So it takes the teacher's whiteboard and makes it like a giant tablet at that point. So it's quite a step above some of the technology that we've currently been utilizing. Along with the technology, the devices, we're upgrading all the infrastructure to provide a more robust internet and have more data or bandwidth in between buildings and in the classrooms to support some of the activities that have been going on lately that we've had concerns about. I will take you here to the media center. So this was currently being used as like a drama center and somewhat of a library, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's kind of how we're using it now. And we're relocating this to the current space inside, which is like, it's going to be the new NPR, but the drama center. And here we're creating a media center. So similar to like we're doing at Artesia High School, this will now be transformed for the students to come and gather, and you can have breakout groups in different sections, and we'll have the full 21st century technology packages similar to the classrooms available here. And you can see the flexible furniture keeping that theme throughout, being flexible and robust with technology. Here's an example of the existing science lab and some of the new finishes and new equipment that will be in some of the existing rooms. And I'll take you actually to, this is the floor plan for the new science building. And as you can see here, just these 4 rooms and the ancillary spaces equals 7,200 square feet. So these rooms are very, very large, which is something that Whitney High School is not accustomed to, especially in the main building. And actually, I'll backtrack a little bit. A large part of our scope of work in the main building is actually consolidating some of the spaces to gain more room in the classroom. So we're taking rooms that, let's say, were 600 square feet in the past and combining them together and making an over 1,000 square foot classroom in some circumstances. What we're trying to hit is your typical standard, which is 960 square feet. But again, in the new science building and in the modernized rooms, we are increasing the square footage on those. We're adding staff restrooms here. I'll give you an example of some of the finishes there, but that's going to be a huge improvement to the fixture count for staff and at Whitney High School. And here's an example of one of the finished classrooms, missing some of the furniture, but we would like to show you all the finishes and the open floor plan and just, the immense amount of space that we're going to have to conduct labs, with all the infrastructure that the staff will need that wasn't readily available in the past. And again, here's some of the finishes for our restrooms. And this is an view of the new building. And as you can see, the architecture kind of matches what was existing in the back. You could kind of see the MAC building, and we pulled the finishes from there to make it kind of seamlessly integrate with the campus. And then did some fun things with the hardscape and created like a sundial here with this light post in the quad area. And with that, that concludes my presentation for the modernization portion for Whitney High School.
There is a hope for my grandchildren, definitely. The public, and we wish to make a public comment on this agenda. I please use the right, raise your hand, please.
We do not, Madam President. Actually, we do have one. Mr. Kirit Chauhan. Mr. Chauhan, please unmute.
I just want to know very specifically, how many restrooms does Whitney have right now, and how many restrooms will it have when the project is completed? I want to know the ratio of staff restroom and for the students, boys and girls. Thank you.
Thank you. No further public comments.
Okay, I have questions. Nobody else has questions.
No,
Oh.
not you. Give a public comment.
Oh.
Okay. Here, if you raise your hand, I
Wait.
know what you're going to ask about this. I understand it very well. Thank you, Dr. Harris, for asking that question. I'm going to ask them for Dr. Boyd, comment from Mr. Receiving first, and then you second, third, Mr. Beach, and then last Dr. Go ahead, Mr. Receiving.
Okay, so page 6 to page 7 looks like the lockers are changing colors, and there's going to be a whole set of lockers that are going to be eliminated, or are they going to be behind that painted wall there?
Actually, some of those lockers we're relocating so we can meet ADA path of travel requirements, but we are not eliminating the lockers.
Got it. They're just going to another place. Good. And I like how you opened up the window here rather than having it blocked off with my understanding is that the more windows you have, it helps with learning. So I'm glad that there's some windows here. Hopefully there's going to be more windows. My understanding is that the walls are pretty thin in certain parts of Whitney. Literally, you can hear the next classroom over. Is some of those walls going to be soundproofed a little bit more?
Yes, so every classroom that is inside the main campus building is going to receive sound attenuation panels, so acoustical panels on the walls in order to reduce the sound transfer between the classrooms and the hallways and classroom to classroom. And also on top of that, some of the walls that we are consolidating, when we construct those walls, we'll be able to increase the insulation. And then another step we're taking is we're replacing all the ceiling tiles, and we're replacing them with tiles that actually absorb the sound and have a better acoustical value. And then we're also taking any of the gaps in the existing walls and filling them with acoustical material. So all those steps put together we're going to see quite an increase a decrease in sound transmission.
Great. And I remember when I first saw Whitney with the old science buildings and thinking, this is the kind of science building I saw when I was a kid. So I am so glad that all that knocking on doors is going to be worthwhile for the next generation. I know I got to be quick. I'm just happy to see this happen. The bathrooms, it looks like you're having additional bathrooms, so you're going to add to the ratio, right? It's more than one bathroom.
Yes, that's correct.
How many?
We're adding new 2 unisex restrooms.
2, okay, for staff.
Correct. That's what's going in the new building. We are renovating some of the existing and also having to bring them up to code as a requirement by DSA. But yes, the 2 are what we are adding currently.
Okay, thank you. And then my understanding is with this was on our agenda previously and it was pulled. And I understand that usually construction bids are good for 90 days. And so I'm wondering, did the bid go up due to the delay?
I can answer that question. So we had a bid for Whitney High School. The planning at that time was that we were not reopening in-person high school due to the cases at that time when we were planning this project. So the bid that was pulled was supposed to start in March, right? Now we will start in June. So when we check with legal counsel, the safest way per their recommendation is that we didn't take the bid forward and rebid with the new timeline. It's just cleaner that way. So with this rebidding, we also added additional scope to the project in terms of flooring. So it did go up by, we still have the same 4 bidders, but each of them go up by a different percentage, right? Keystone and Miller went up by the least of the amount from what they originally bid. So they were able to work with the new timeline with the least of the additional cost. So this is the new set of the new bidders. So the board can award this, and legally this is now the lowest bid because the board was, you didn't even have to recheck the other bid. It just never for you to approve because of the new timeline.
How much more is it going to cost?
So
including the additional scope, I understand.
Right. With Keystone, it went up by 3%. So the last bid, if you were to approve it, it would have been 8.272 million, right? Now it's 8.9, but with the additional scope of about $200,000. So if you really compare apple to apple, then it's about $500,000 in additional cost because of the timeline.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
The next one is you.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, what does the timeline look like, Mr. Carter? When will the construction begin, and when are we expecting to complete this project?
Well, we do have good news. The schedule still remains, the end date for the schedule still remains. So the acceleration portion is what the additional cost is coming from. With that said, as soon as we get a notice to proceed to the contractor, which we're anticipating within the next week, we can actually begin to mobilize in certain areas of the campus, which we've already worked with Mr. Brickley and his staff to occupy before the end of the school year. So work will begin hopefully by the end of this month, if not the beginning of May. And then it will continue through until August of next year, where we will be able to mainly complete the main campus building, Building A, and we will be finishing the construction of the science building through Christmas break of this year. And so by the end of December of this year, the entire project will be completed and all the teachers will be into their new classrooms. So just in a nutshell, the main classroom building will be done by August of this year for our students to occupy, and just the science building will be remaining until December.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Mr. B.
Just 3 questions. Mr. Carter, I wanted to thank you for your hard work on this. The plan looks excellent. My first question is there enough bathrooms currently for the students at Whitney? Because that was one of the main complaints we heard during the BB interviews.
Yes, so one of the exercises that our architects have to do in order to submit our plans to the Division of State Architects for approval is a fixture count, and that ratio has to meet code and has to be approved by the state in order for us to do this project. So that has been approved, and that is why you do see some of the additional staff restrooms being added, was to ensure that we're within that fixture count by code.
Okay, second question was, I see the new science labs are all going to have windows. Are there any classrooms that we're remodeling that have exterior walls that we could add windows into?
Well, one of the things that we are doing is if you notice that in some of the exterior windows currently, they're blocked out. They're, either it had a solid panel put in their place, for various reasons throughout the years. Part of our scope of work is actually to replace that with tinted glass to bring in some natural light and to help offset some energy costs from lighting and such. Because, you know, with all the new LEDs and daylight harvesting, you know, we do try and utilize as much natural light as possible. As far as adding additional windows, that's not in the current scope, but it is something that is possible to look into in the future.
Thank you. And the third question is, are we adding a shade structure anywhere? Because I do recall hearing a lot of complaints about eating lunch and nowhere to go for the students.
Yes, so that was one of the things that we did discuss with the site during programming. However, there has been some, you know, interim measures that they've taken since maybe those complaints originally came up, and that hasn't been a need at this point in time. But we have left that on the table. You know, once the project is complete and some of the trellis work and whatnot is completed, I believe the site will start to utilize the space, and we can assess at that point if a shade structure is still needed. But at the current time, it's not in the program, and that was collaborated with the site.
All right, thank you. I know we're also looking at solar panels on patios, so maybe at some point that might be considered there too.
Yeah, so actually Whitney is getting solar starting this summer. The entire parking lot will be filled pretty much with solar. They're one of the very first schools to start, so they'll be starting the construction for Measure BB work as well as the solar in June of this year.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. I do want to mention that back in 3 years ago, the people complained about no shade, but the new principal came, John. They purchased a lot of chairs with them. Those currently are located right by the multi-area NRP area, so they have enough for students to sit there to prevent this over. You know. Well, they have quite a lot of chairs everywhere now. So, okay, next one will be Dr. Abdata.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Abdata.
Thank you, Madam President. My question was answered, so I withdraw. Thank you.
Okay. John, I want to thank you so much during the visit the last week. You showed me around the possible future science building, and I really appreciate it. And you also showed me our science teacher. He has been there a long time ago. And for me, it's still the same as 22 years ago when my kids was there. So I was a PTA parents there. So we're trying to help, trying to make better looking, and then still it's too old. And then I'm so glad, but there is a hope for my own future grandchildren can be attending Whitney High School, then they'll be enjoying that. I also want to thank you to the public for your support, for your vote to support our BB measure and for make sure our next generation to use whatever they deserve to have. And I think one of the things we always think about what at the time when back they said, why we decided to high school? Because we know all the kids will enjoy to have, you know, and we start high school, then we go to next level. But I want to thank you, the community, for your support. And one of the things I'm worried about the safety issue, John, maybe John and Gary can tell me, during the reconstruction, everything, how do we provide safety to our students? Because you have outsider into your campus, and the building that you're about to build is right at the middle of the center school. How do we prevent those safety? You have foreigner people, I mean, outside workers involved in our school time.
I can answer that. So part of what we had to do was create a logistics plan with the site. And what we have at Whitney High School is near that new building, there's a large rolling gate where contractors can access the site independently of having to go into any of the entrances that the students or staff may have to use. In addition to that, the entire construction zone will be fenced in, and we'll have the green screen similar to if you have visited Artesia High School, who is under construction right now. We did the same thing. So the contractors have their own parking, they have their own restrooms, they have their own material laydown area, which is all fenced in, separate from the staff and the students. Above and beyond that, I require all of my contractors to be badged So while they're on site, they have a badge which corresponds to a number. And we can identify them, let's say if there's an issue. And all of our contractors have to be live scanned and background checked through their general contractor before they come to our campuses as well.
When I went to other district and when they have workers in the campus, they also have to sign in and sign out. Do we have the services right now?
Yeah, we do keep a daily log of all the employees that come on each of our construction sites, and that's done by our construction management team.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. I really
Madam President,
appreciate it.
can I just
Yes,
one
Mr. T. Go ahead. We have one more board
One-
member has some question.
quick question? So I'm guessing that before there was a plan for a lunch shelter, and so that's the major delete in this new plan, right?
Well, like I was saying before, when we originally programmed the site, that was brought up, but that wasn't something that was desired by the site nor needed due to the fact that they had provided some additional shade through umbrellas and different tables and seating areas at the campus. So that's where we stand currently.
And I would add to that, if I can, that my first year, I think it was my first year at Whitney, Mr. Nguyen was very helpful. We knew that we had issues with shading, and I think we purchased 55 or 58 tables with large umbrellas for additional student seating.
Yeah, I remember that, John. I even had a picture with that, the new one. Anything else for my colleague here? If none, then you can roll call for me, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Say,
Yes,
Mrs. Yu. Yes. Motion passes 7-0.
thank you. Now that, doing action item 410-8. May I have a motion to adopt emergency resolution 2066, award of emergency contact for COVID-19 related to purchase, rentals, and services. Any motion here?
You hear no motion to approve?
Thank you. Second, any?
Apodaca, second.
Thank you. Mr. Torn, please.
Thank you. So in order to reopen our school on April 12, we had to purchase and get the technology classrooms ready. So under this emergency services, we still go out to get quotes and get competitive bidding and sometime through a piggyback, but we were not able to have the time to do the formal bidding. So the emergency resolutions allow staff to be effectively purchase services and supplies and equipment to put in our schools to be ready for the reopening on April 12th. So this would allow us to do that.
Okay. Anyone wishing to make a public comment on this agenda item, please use the raise your hand feature on Zoom at this time. Do we have any, Mr. Smith?
We do not, Madam President.
Thank you, sir. Any discussion from my board here? I will have Dr. Rios first and Dr. Eugenio second.
I just wanted a few examples because this is very vague. So can we have some examples of what this money will be spent? What are some of the services? What's
Yes, thank you.
equipment, et
So
cetera?
we have the voice lip system in every classroom, the technology connectivity at the school hotspots, the interactive touch screens, which is the new giant, the big TV monitors, long throw projectors, Chromebooks, document cameras, shield for teachers, the new pump, the transportation that just got broken down. So all of that is about $2.9 million, exceeding what we requested.
Okay, I know that at the last meeting, there was a special request for sound amplification for especially our middle and high school teachers who had English learners. Would this grant then allow you to go out and buy those? I know there was some limit or something.
Yes. So we have the voice lip systems. We have two systems. There's a permanent system that we are putting now in for elementary and middle schools. At the high school, because they are going through the renovation process, they're going to be part of the modernization program. So we have a a short-term solution for all the high school until they being modernized, like Artesia and Whitney will get done this summer for their voice lip system. So all of that will be, all of our classrooms will have voice lip system as we speak. And the total cost for the voice lip system alone is about $650,000.
Okay, the second, Dr. Hino.
Just when on the narrative, it states that you're contracting emergency services. What do these emergency services include?
Like the example I give would be the pump at the transportations. The pump broke down, so we have to go to different gas stations to pump our gas. So that would be an emergency. It would take a long time to go through the bid process. So by doing this, we just get a quote and get it installed and to get it ready.
So emergencies, actually contracting other RNs, LVNs, or even janitorial services, that's not included in emergency services.
No, no.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr.
Yes.
Clerk,
I just want to reassure that this is not 2.5 in a blind. What we will be getting an accounting of this at the Finance and Audit Committee typically. And so for the last time that we've authorized this particular amount, I think you have provided a full and detailed report of specifically where the money has gone, how it was actually compliant with everything. And there was detailed questions from the Finance Committee, I think, related to that, correct?
Yes, sir.
So like I said, just for the public's sake, this is not 2.5, just general blunt. This is to make sure that we have a very efficient purchasing process, and it will be audited like we are always audited on everything. So that's it. Thank you, Madam President.
thank you for your support, Clerk Nishii. The next one will be our board member, Mr. B.
And Ernie addressed my question. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone else? Okay, thank you so much for a wonderful presentation of this one. I really think, actually during my visit, I see a lot of big screening. And I just want to suggest that if we can, the big screening will face to the student because they can see the student who is on the virtual, who is on the in class, so they can see each other's. Although we have a social distance, but we should have some kind of social interaction among each other's. That would be really great because I do see some big screening in the middle classes, but no one use it. So some use it, not all of them. I also I saw the emergency notification, the one is at your school, which is Dixon. They had an intercom, a really nice one, the clock right there for emergency use. And so I think only 2 schools has that for notification, the box in the middle of the hallway, like in the hospitals. People can hear during the emergency. So thank you so much. Without further ado, may I ask no more discussion? Daniel, please roll call for me, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Say,
Yes,
Mrs. Yu,
Yes.
motion passes 7-0.
thank you. Now towards the end of our board meeting here. Next one is an information items. So 1.1-1.5-1 quarterly Williams settlement compliance report for January to March 2021. Dr. Su?
Thank you very much. This is our third quarterly report from January 1 to March 31st. There were no complaints regarding instructional materials, our facilities, or teacher vacancy and missed assignments. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Su. Next one is a board member report. You raise your hand so I know who go first? Oh, wow, so fast. Okay, so Dr. Apodaca, VPU, Mr. Beach, and then Clerk Ernie, and then the last one will be Dr. I think some first, Dr. Hino, and then Dr. Obas. Okay, because there are too many doctors here now. I have to be careful. What I say. So who's the first now? Dr. Apodaca? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to, I'll make it very brief today. I want to thank Dandy and Friends, New Hope Church, FEMA, Supervisor Hahn, as well as the district for working to bring back vaccines to the city of Hawaiian Gardens and to have it open to all residents surrounding cities in LA County as well. Also, I wanted to thank you, Madam President, when I informed you of what happened with Aisha Nava Mireles, who graduated from Artesia High School, but also who was a resident of our city. And so I think it's, if you don't mind, it's fair for the public to know that, your response was very quick and you said whatever they need. We need to, because there's still students that are in the school, her siblings are still in our school system. And so I wanted to say thank you to you for your help and for making the resources of the district available, offering them, as well as to Dr. Sue for taking my call Friday night. And, I don't like to do that, but, I want to say thank you for everything you've been able to do, as well as the team that we have here at ABC helping out her mother and their family. So I just wanted to say also thank you, Madam President, for slating her today to be to close in adjournment, to adjourn in memory of her. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one will be VP Mr. Yu.
Thank you, Madam President. On March 10th, I visited Whitman Elementary School, and the elementary schools were more prepared because they did have more PPP readily because they had ordered it ahead of time. And I was very impressed that the school was very well equipped. The shields were in every room, and the teacher had a big shield, the size of that screen. And, it was pretty safe, right? There was that shield in every room, so, and the principal, Marco, and the staff and a couple teachers who were even rehearsing teaching. This is before the spring break, so they were rehearsing. So that was good. And I could tell that the teachers were pretty excited to come back. So that was very exciting. And the same day I visited Carmenita Middle School, and the middle school and high schools, they had to rush. They didn't have the orders in yet, but I could see why the principals had to work through the spring break to prepare, because it was kind of rushed to meet the deadline. But they were very methodical about where to come in. Entrance and exit was pretty, they were working on that, and signs on the floor and barricades so that the kids don't mix and social distance. So in all of that, they're in their tennis shoes, principal and, assistant principal walking around the campus. So that was good. And then Cerritos High School. The next day I visited on 31st Cerritos High School, and they had an event that day where they had an orientation for freshmen to come who will be coming to school in person. And they had a huge celebration with volunteer students, upperclassmen, 10th and 11th and 12th graders who were mentors, partners. And yeah, they had the whole band out on the field, and they were just welcoming the students. And, Patrick Walker always have that special presentation show. So it was good. I mean, I was able to, engage with a couple teachers and the principals, AP James Beck, Monserrati, Carolyn, and one of them said that she was very concerned of coming back in person, but after one day, it was just nothing. And they're more excited to be in person. They're so excited, and to see the students. So I think that's what it is. I mean, I think that there is that, whole pandemic fear and concerns, but once you're in, it's like, this is where I belong. And that's the feeling I got when I visited Cerritos High School. So, and lastly, I do want to thank board member, Brad Beach, for bringing this resolution to our district, because I think for Asian students and Asian community, I'm sorry, I want to make correction. It's not 62, it's actually 42% Asians in our ABC district community. And we have 39% students. I think it's very comforting and encouraging for our students to know that, hey, the district cares. And also this is a good reminder for all of our staff and teachers to be sensitive and to be educated to the Asian, students of the Asian descendants. So thank you very much. I thought that we did it. I want to thank all my fellow board members too. Asian descendant. I did go through a lot of these things too. So as an immigrant, I mean, this country was built on the hard work and you know, and for, even for what happened in Georgia, I mean, some of those Korean immigrants went to Georgia, left their hometown. They came from Korea. They come to LA and they go to Georgia to find a better living and to have opportunity for their family and their children. And, you know, they experience something so tragic as that. And it really breaks my heart. But I'm so encouraged to see the whole nation rising up to really, you know, defend and to advocate for the Asians. Thank you very much. That is it.
Okay, thank you. Next one is our board member, Mr. Beach.
Thank you, Sue, for your comments. I'd like to start by commending Scott Smith, Principal Tuesday Stoffers, and Dr. Sue. I was jogging that morning by Tetzlaff and I saw the media out there. Everybody looked sharp. They were doing a great job and I watched it later, well-spoken, and I wanted to compliment everybody for that. I was walking with my daughter today and I asked her what she would change about going back to school. And she said, Dad, I want to go 4 or 5 days. And most kids do. So I'm very glad to see the superintendent's office and cabinet decided to go to 4 days starting May 3rd. I think that's going to be great. She also told me she likes seeing her teacher in person. She likes talking to her friends and there's no glitches. The teacher never freezes up in the classroom. So we had a little laugh about that. I thought it was great. I wanted to share it. She's probably watching at home. And I wanted to thank the 15 families that reached out to me about wanting to go back 4 days a week. I was going to say all their names tonight. It's not necessary now, but thank you. And my dad shared an article with me this morning. This is from the Epic Times, and the title is District Learning Hits Low-Income Children Harder. And the 4 main points about it were that they lack access a lot of times to technologies. They're less likely to receive parental help. There's less access to the school meals. And another one I didn't think about is they're not able to be as physically active at home on the computer. So the quote was, the pandemic is exacerbating health disparities among children and having significant impacts on their physical, social, and cognitive development. So I'm glad to see we're going back more days. I would like to see us use our LCAP funds to help lessen the gap that has been accrued and the learning loss over this time period. So I look forward to seeing that. I did attend the Gar High School Zoom WASP meeting with President Say. I learned a lot. I think we're going to pass that one, and Cerritos High School goes this Sunday, so I plan to attend that as well. I wish them luck. We have a homeowner in Cerritos named Paul Rain who continues to email us about the lights at Leo. He took a picture from inside his house at 11:30 and it looked pretty bright. I hope there's still something we can do to address that. Mayor Pro Tem Chong Vo has reached out to me. I'm not sure personally what the problem still is there, but I'm hoping we can come to some type of resolution for him. You talked a little bit about the extended daycare earlier. I do have some neighbors and people in the community that are asking for that, so there is somewhat of a need. I'm glad to see May 3rd or 10th, we're going to try to bring that back for some families. And people are also starting to ask about summer school. I saw that there was some grant funds available for that. I'm hoping we put something together. We can work on some of the learning loss. And the last thing is I'd like to thank staff for fixing the communications issues here in the boardroom tonight. I hope my mom can hear me clearly at home tonight. But thank you for all the tech people. And just to end, I want to thank all the teachers, the custodians, the librarians, everybody in our district. We do appreciate you and thank you for all you're doing.
Thank you. Next to our clerk, ABCE.
Thank you, Madam President. I didn't do any official visits, but I did drop off portos at some of those elementary schools and got to see what was happening. Not officially, just informally. And of course, I have to visit my daughter's school, so that's my excuse for that. I think you're right, Board Member Beach, that we need to hear about summer school. What's it going to look like? I think a lot of parents have been asking me the question because they missed out on the regular school and so they'd like to know what their summer plans are going to be. Is it going to be worth it for them? Is it going to be in person? I think a lot of them will think that it's safe enough to do that at this point. So we'll see how that works out. I trust staff is doing the best they can. Playgrounds would be a great thing to also come back to, since I've seen all the other playgrounds are there and I see brand new playgrounds that we paid for and they're all wrapped up in plastic. And same thing with the sports, you know. This, for the seniors at some of these schools, this is their last chance they're going to see their kids ever play at school. And so I'm glad that we're opening up opportunities for parents to see their kids or their siblings to be able to see their kids in sports. A lot of parents have asked me that question too. And I'm glad that we did where we at least encouraged an APIDC, Asian Pacific Islanders with Disabilities conference, and that was really nice for Scott Smith to put out the word about those issues, and also this resolution about Asian Pacific Islander hate, because even though I'm a pretty tough guy, I think I can handle my own. When I see discrimination hit me, it's so scary. It's disarming. I literally don't know. With all the education I have, it's shocking. At somebody, when I cough, they suddenly recoil at me, and it's seen it at work and I've seen it places. And there is an issue about that. And so I'm glad that we have a resolution with concrete words, just like we have with a lot of things. Because it's important that we actually address these issues. It happened many years ago with my parents, right? They were incarcerated in camps because they were the enemy and they were the other. And these are the people that came to America to make a whole new life. They left what they knew. And but the great thing about this country is that we recognize these things. We do recognize the things that we do. We've done a lot of great strides in making things great. Last real quick thing here. So we had this diversity art contest because we felt that the kids are all kind of cooped up and they're all need some sort of outlet. So I'm so glad the ABC Foundation sponsored a art contest, and we had some winners. Gina Yu won for elementary school, and I'm hoping they can post their thing up at the school. Palak Sahu in middle school, and Fatima Fahin in high school. All were winners. I want to show, if I may approach the bench over here.
Yeah, you can see right away. Yes.
All right. So I like it because this is the elementary school level, by the way.
Wow.
And it's just free flowing. It's freedom. It's doves, which means peace. It's got the flags, but the flags are not just in lines, they're in butterflies. And then you have a Korean traditional drum there making the music and beating the drum for the rest of the people, and the sun rising or setting, all the colors and all the hands with an idealized thing. I think that's the great thing about education. We can every generation learns prejudice, but they can also learn other things. And it's a constant battle, but I think it's something that is a great thing about education. That's why I'm here, and I really appreciate the opportunity. So thank you.
Thank you. I believe Assembly 58 District, Christine Garcia also donates some
Yes.
certificate, right?
I'm so bad at that. Yes, Christina Garcia was a great supporter of this whole thing. We had 162 entrants, so that's amazing. I mean, some of the art was, this is just one example. We have so many other pieces of great art, and Christina Garcia was so supportive of all of that.
Yeah, she always kind of help our students and participate our event here. Really appreciate that too. And next one will be Dr. Eugenio.
Thank you, Madam President. Over the course of our layover, I was able to visit 4 of our elementary schools before in-person classes began on April 12th. I visited Nemes Elementary, Burbank Elementary, Leal Elementary, and Whitman Elementary. I want to thank Principal Jimenez, Principal Robinson, Principal White, and Principal Marco for their hospitality and taking the time out of their very busy schedules to allow me a tour of their schools. I want to commend all those involved in the creativity and diligent work to make all the puzzle pieces fit together for the return to in-person classes. On April 14th, I was invited by Artesia Chamber of Commerce as a guest speaker and to discuss partnerships of Artesia businesses with the ABC Unified School District. I'd like to thank all who attended the meeting, and a special thanks to Mr. Chris Craig of the Chamber for the invitation, and Mr. Scott Smith for his support and assisting me with the meeting. That is all.
Thank you. And next one, Dr. Rios.
Thank you. A few things. First, I'd like to take a minute to thank Mayor Rogers for his leadership during exceptional times. Lakewood had the reorganization meeting. last week, and so I want to publicly congratulate Jeff Wood on his appointment as the new mayor of Lakewood.
Wow.
Next, I also participated in the WASC accreditation for Artesia High School. It's always a pleasure to participate because I no problem discussing my experiences with Artesia and taking much pride in what has happened there. As you know, my daughter attended there and my nephew is about to graduate from there, and it's always nice to ask their opinion. And the common theme is usually, Artesia cares. And at the last accreditation meeting, just like this one, I feel like people walk away like, is this for reals? And it's always like, absolutely. So I also want to publicly acknowledge the superior leadership of Mr. Garcia, because as we know, it starts with leader, or it's all about leadership. So wanted to take a moment to say that. Also, I want to say that tomorrow is the Admin Professionals Day. And so I want to thank our district secretaries and clerks who provide services at every school, but also wanted to take a minute to thank Danielle and Natalie for their work in supporting our board. So thank you. We appreciate you. And lastly, I have to acknowledge that, yes, today is a good day. I'm proud of our board for adopting the resolution of standing up against hate against AAPI communities. And it's a good day, right? Justice for all. Felt like that happened today. So that's it. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. It seems like today's a Thanksgiving Day. We all say thank you, thank you, thank you. But there are 4 people up there that we forgot to thank you to them too. One is Joe Machado, which is our former secretary son. And we also have, I believe, the Lisette Reyes, right? And then we have definitely Daniela and our Mr. Smith. And thank you. You 4 always sit up there quietly and help us running very, very smoothly our meeting. I really appreciate our board, really appreciate all your hard work in here. And we sincerely thank you. We also have a housekeeper custodian outside there waiting for us to finish so they can go home too. And a safety issue. So I want to thank you all besides our Dr. Sue and your cabinet. Thank you. So next one will be our, I believe it's our meetings, right? Yes. Oh, wow. Okay, announcement. Next regular board meeting on Tuesday, May 4th, 7 o'clock, District Office Boardroom. And committee meeting will be Finance Audit Board Advisory Committee is on Thursday, April 22nd at 6 p.m. is on virtual meeting. Strategy Planning Board Advisory Committee is on Tuesday, April 27th at 6 o'clock. Also a visual meeting. Legislative Policy Board Advisory Committee Wednesday, April 28th at 6:30. Do we have what you call that? Another committee that we started. When we're going to start that
Diversity
one?
committee.
Huh? The equity
No, it hasn't started yet.
hasn't started yet.
No.
I'm sorry. When do we plan to have the meeting? Because I know all the committee already selected already.
I
So
think we're looking for equity officer first.
are you waiting for the equity officer? Okay, now I got it. Okay. Second public comment section. Do we have any board member? I mean, Clerk Nishii?
Do we have any comments?
We do not at this time, no.
Oh, wow. Getting to go home. But tonight, adjournment, we have 2 matters. First one, I would like to call Dr. Sue. This is a motion to move adjourn for 2 matters. First one, Dr. Sue. Go ahead, Dr. Sue.
Thank you so much. Tonight, we want to adjourn our meeting in the memory of our former ABC employee, Marie DeMello. Mrs. DeMello was hired as a substitute teacher in January of 1977. She was hired as a permanent teacher in September of 1977 at Elliott Elementary School, where she remained her entire career until her retirement in June of 2008. Mrs. DeMello leaves behind a loving husband, Humberto DeMello, and 2 daughters, Sarah Vieira, teacher at Palms Elementary School, and Raquel DeMello, surgical technician at Children's Hospital. We are truly saddened to hear of Maria DeMello's passing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sue. And next one will be Dr. Apodaca.
Thank you, Madam President. Aisha Nava Mireles was a graduate of Artesia High School and a student at Cerritos College. She was studying to work as a therapist with children who have special needs. On March 29th, her life tragically ended at the age of 18. May she rest in peace and her family find justice. And Madam President, for her family, because her mother doesn't speak English, I'd like to also read the same in Spanish. Aisha Nava Mireles se graduó de Artesia High School y atendía cursos en Cerritos College. Estaba estudiando para trabajar con niños con necesidades especiales. El 29 de marzo, a la edad de 18 años, falleció trágicamente. Que descanse en paz y su familia conozca la justicia. Que así sea. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Dr. Su, and thank you, Dr. Apodaca. Now I'm going to move in adjourn, and they have a motion and second. And
Second, Apodaca.
all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Meeting adjourned. Thank you very much.